era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor en Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamo más propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 376 Bargain Hunting. Zheng Qi, congratulations on your entry into the A-level competition. Hey, big star, you haven't contacted me for a long time. Why did you think of contacting me today? Zheng Qi said to a tall young man in front of him in surprise. Liu Xibo, the main player of the Superland Club, was the best newcomer in the Super League last season, surpassing Zheng Qi. Of course, his performance this season is also very good, and he is considered to be another god-level player that will appear in the Southland. Of course, the most popular newcomer in this year's league is Fei. Compared with Fei, Liu Xibo's performance last year is also pale in comparison. But no matter what, Liu Xibo is now a big figure in the league. Although the Southland does not have the World Cup competition task, it is now a vacation time, but Liu Xibo can't go anywhere, but he has to come to find Zheng Qi. We're in the same city, so we can visit each other more in the future. Liu Xibo said to Zheng Qi with a smile. Ah, if you didn't say it, I would have forgotten that the Southland is also in G City. I'm very worried. Zheng Qi brought Liu Xibo a cup of coffee and said, "What are you worried about?" Liu Xibo asked curiously. "We will be derby opponents in the future. You'll definitely not come to me again," Zheng Qi said with a smile. "You're only in the first division now." Liu Xibo was silent for a while. "There'll always be super teams. G City is very big, but it may not be able to accommodate 2 super teams," Zheng Qi said with a smile. G City is of course a big city, but no matter how big the city is, it is difficult to accommodate 2 super teams now. What does a super team mean? It means extremely high popularity and the pride of a city. G City is one of the top 5 metropolises in China, but Nanguo is also one of the top 5 top teams in the Super League. Such a G City probably can't accommodate another super team. Nanguo has been in G City for so many years and has an extremely broad fan base. There are at least 25 million fans of Nanguo among the 30 million people in G City. Tiffin has millions of fans now, but there are not many local fans. There are fans from all over the world. That's also a matter of the future. Liu Xibo laughed. Yes, anyway, even if we challenge Nanguo at the time, we have to do it. Zheng Qi smiled. Looking at your development momentum, you will be able to challenge us head-on in a few years. Liu Xibo said seriously. There's no need to say these words. Tell me, why did you come to see me today? I remember your schedule is very busy. In a month's vacation, you have to attend various business activities for at least 20 days, right? Your income alone is enough to cover the operating expenses of our entire team for a year. Zheng Qi said with a smile. When you get to Super League, it will be the same. Liu Xibo didn't shy away from this topic. It was the way it was. The stars of Super League teams and the players of Class A teams were in 2 different worlds. Putting down the coffee cup, Liu Xibo looked at Zheng Qi seriously. I came here this time to ask for something. It's too polite to say ask. What? Nanguo treats you badly? Do you want to transfer? Come to our goal quickly, enter Super League next year, and then settle accounts with Nanguo and make them regret it. Zheng Qi said excitedly. Stop it. Liu Xibo was speechless again. What is it? Zheng Qi said. Looking at Zheng Qi, who became dull in an instant, Liu Xibo shook his head. You're really powerful. It's not me, it's one of my little brothers. He can't play in the competition in the South Country now, and the South Country doesn't want to keep him, so I want to ask, do you want someone? Which little brother? Zheng Qi was stunned. Chen Lin, ID Molimbi's you, followed me in District 108 and competed with you many times before. Liu Xibo replied. Oh, it's him. This guy's operation level is not bad. Why can't he play in the competition in the South Country? Are you so high-end in the South Country? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. It's because you guys robbed too many attribute points. I'm lucky, so I created a god-level account, but his luck is not so good. The attribute points are only over 700. It's okay to go to an ordinary club, but in the South Country, it seems a bit bad. Liu Xibo said helplessly. Oh, really? How can Wazun and his friends get into the competition? I remember Wazun's attribute points are not very high either. Zheng Qi asked curiously. Is there any inside story? Liu Xibo smiled bigly. Even if there is an inside story, can he tell Zheng Qi? Zheng and the others are lucky. In the past year or so, they have bumped into each other several times in the mid-zone. Although their attribute points have not reached 800 yet, they are not far away. They are also very popular in the team, and there are people in the upper echelons who support them. Liu Xibo could only say this. TSK, Boss Liu, you are not doing well. You can't even protect a little brother. How can you have a say in the club in the future? Zheng Qi said with a TSK. Liu Xibo's face changed slightly. Zheng Qi's words really hit the point. Although he was very successful in the South Country and the head coach also appreciated him, in fact, he did not have much say in the first team. Zheng and others were a small group, and Zheng was good at being a person and doing things. He had a particularly good relationship with the captain Sun Fei. Sun Fei, an all-star player, had a lot of say in the team. Even Chen Feng had to respect his opinions to a certain extent. Liu Xibo was much worse in this regard. Although he performed well individually, sometimes in a team, it was far from enough to perform well individually. Seeing Liu Xibo like this, Zheng Qi did not ask any more questions. He had no interest in the internal situation of the Southern Kingdom, but he was very interested in Moline Bizhu. The Southern Kingdom was large and powerful, and it could pick and choose its professional players. Fifan was different. Didn't you see that only half of their first-line players were available? How many attribute points does he have? Zheng Qi asked. Not high, just over 700 points. Liu Xibo did not hide this. That's perfect. You can hang out with our people in the new area and build a god-level account first. Zheng Qi immediately made the decision. But let me make it clear in advance. To enjoy such treatment, you must first sign a lifetime confidentiality contract, and then sign a long-term contract of at least 3 years, otherwise we can't train good players for others in vain. Of course, I'm not sending people to be undercover. Liu Xibo nodded. That's easy. We just happen to have a spot for the new area, so we'll give it to him. Boss Liu, you're lucky. I was thinking of going to a top team to find a young player to fill this vacancy. Zheng Qi laughed. Boss, you're lucky. Chen Lin has professional experience and level that have been tested in the Super League, which is much better than ordinary young players. Liu Xibo also laughed in a very good mood. To be honest, aren't you afraid that after he is trained, he will turn against you when we play against Southland? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Southland trains at least 2-digit young players every year, and less than 1/10 of them can stay. If we really have to worry, every player we eliminate may make us worried. How can we worry about that? Liu Xibo said indifferently. TSK, the old team is so heroic. Zheng Qi laughed. Don't say such sour words. How many years has Nanguo been around? How many years has Fifan been around? Youth training cannot be established in a short period of time. If you don't have a foothold in the Super League for 3 to 5 years, how can you establish youth training? You don't even have a channel to recruit young people, right? This can't be rushed. Liu Xibo said earnestly. Yes, this is indeed not rushed, but with this lineup, we can play for another 10 years. Zheng Qi laughed. If we can't establish a youth training system in 10 years, then we have established this club in vain. Liu Xibo smiled. It's always the most difficult to start from scratch, but it's also very fulfilling. I envy you. Would you like to join us and enjoy the pleasure of starting from scratch? Zheng Qi asked. I personally am very tempted. Unfortunately, Nanguo is more important to me. Liu Xibo sighed. Then I won't destroy your loyalty to the club. By the way, can we have a warm-up match with you before the start of next season? Zheng Qi asked. I have to talk to the coach about this. If he agrees, there will be no problem. Liu Xibo nodded. Obviously, Liu Xibo came here for this matter, so after the discussion, he quickly left the Fifan club. Zheng Qi was right. He was indeed very busy. The best newcomer and the quasi-god level players have always been favored by merchants. After all, they can be bought at a low price. When everyone in our team can be bought at a low price by merchants, we will be really strong, right? Zheng Qi reported to Su Jing the news that Chen Lin was coming to report, and then said to Su Jing with a sigh. Now you have been bought at a low price by me. Su Jing smiled. Really? When did it happen? How come I didn't know? Zheng Qi was shocked. Of course, it is our club that is buying at a low price. Take a look at this sponsorship contract. Sign it if there is no problem. Su Jing smiled. Zheng Qi took it and looked at it. It turned out to be a contract for some group to sponsor Fifan Club. The sponsorship fee this year was 100 million, which was quite generous. The contract was signed for 3 years, and the sponsorship fee increased by 10% every year. If FIFA entered the Super League during the contract period, the sponsorship fee would be automatically adjusted to 300 million. After the contract expires, under the same conditions, Zheng Group has priority. Wow, so high. I remember that Class A teams generally can't get such high sponsorship fees. Zheng Qi sighed. Yes, the sponsorship fees of Class A clubs are generally around 50 million, and the clubs don't have a rigid requirement to balance income and expenditure. Rich clubs won't use this method to inject capital. Generally, the advertising effect of Class A clubs is worth this much. Zheng smiled. Then your father gave us 100 million, isn't that a loss? Zheng Qi asked. So, let's see if we can enter the Super League right away. The average sponsorship contract fee for the Super League is 10 times higher. As long as we can enter the Super League during the contract period, we will not lose money. If we enter the Super League next year, Zheng will make a lot of money. If we enter the Super League the year after, Zheng will break even. How can we not get involved in such a good thing? Zheng laughed. As expected, businessmen are very good at calculating. Just for this, I have to sign the contract with you. Zheng Qi laughed. Chapter 377. More and more formal. For Zheng, sponsoring FIFA with such a contract is of course a loss. It's not that many businesses don't have a Class A team to sponsor, but it's not meaningful to sponsor it, unless it's a team like Zheng that plays very well and has super high popularity, then sponsoring it will make sense. But even so, Zheng's club sponsorship fee for a year is just over 100 million yuan. It's really risky for Zheng to spend so much money to sponsor FIFA. Zheng is not a boss who trusts blindly, but he believes in Zheng. Even if Zheng is a shareholder and player in FIFA, Zheng will judge FIFA's strength with the calmest mentality and the most peaceful judgment. And Zheng told his father that FIFA has extremely high potential and extremely outstanding players. Moreover, FIFA is different from other clubs. The share structure makes it basically impossible for the core members of FIFA to leave the club. To maintain such a core, it only needs to introduce some outstanding players to maintain extremely high competitiveness. Even if the situation is not optimistic at the beginning because some players have to build professional accounts this year, the possibility of rushing into the Super Arena through the playoffs is still not small. Even if they can't enter this year, they still have a great chance to enter next year. Rather than adding icing on the cake, it is better to send timely help. FIFA is now a good target for bargain hunting. Zheng was persuaded by Zheng. Zheng Group has developed rapidly in the past few years, and its profits have increased greatly. However, if it wants to further expand its influence and market, it cannot rely on taking more orders and doing more business to expand its influence again. At this point, the group can certainly be content with a small fortune, but in fact it is also very dangerous. If it sticks to the old ways, it will continue to slide. Only by crossing over will it have a bright future. Business groups are like sports competitions. Only by constantly moving forward can they reach the peak. There is no truth that you can sit back and relax after accomplishing one thing. If you want to expand your influence again, then sponsoring the football-era professional league team is of course the best way. Everyone can imagine the influence of the national game, but there is basically no chance to sponsor super teams. The sponsors of those super teams are basically sponsored for many years. The club is not willing to change sponsors at all to damage the club's image. Sponsors will not let go of such a cash cow. There have been such examples in the past, but they are usually because the sponsors themselves have problems with their operations and go bankrupt, which vacates the position. The competition for such a position will be very fierce. After all, it is a publicity effect that many super consortiums will be jealous of. Sponsoring the first-class team is easy, but if you're only on the stage of the first-class league, the influence is much worse. Don't look at the average attendance of each game. The first-class league is also 1/10 of the Super League. However, the fans who really pay attention to the first-class league, the 1 billion players in the country, will not add up to more than 50 million. In terms of attention, the first-class league is only 1/20 of the Super League. The attendance rate is higher than the actual support rate, mainly because the fans of the first-class clubs are often more loyal. They know that their team is not highly concerned, so they are more willing to go to the scene to watch the game to make the atmosphere in the stadium more lively. However, even so, they will only support their favorite clubs and will not pay attention to the games of other clubs. Invisibly, the attention is reduced a lot. What about the fans of the Super League? They not only pay attention to the performance of their own team, but also to the performance of other teams, because this is a contest of the highest level after all. So for the match between Zheng and Tin Head, although there are basically only fans of Zheng and Tin Head at the scene, the number of fans of other clubs who will watch this game through live broadcast may be more than the fans of these two clubs combined. This is the unique attention of the Super League. Merchants are naturally very smart and know which league will have higher attention. Therefore, such a contract is actually beneficial to TSYN. Even if FIFA is not competitive and cannot enter the Super League, the loss will not be much. Once FIFA enters the Super League, such sponsorship will really be a big profit. It was because of this judgment that Su Kong quickly agreed to the sponsorship contract. With Su Jing in FIFA, when the contract expires, Su Kong believes that as long as TSYN's conditions are not much worse than others, it will not be difficult to continue to renew the contract. After the contract was signed, FIFA held a press conference and spread the news. This is not an achievement worth boasting about. The press conference did not disclose the full amount of the sponsorship, but the big clubs that pay attention to FIFA are all saying that now FIFA has officially started the sprint. After all, a formal club requires many aspects. It is not that you become professional immediately after you have the identity of a professional club, and the sponsorship contract is also a part of the professional club. FIFA club still has some congenital deficiencies, but their defects are indeed being made up. Such rapid development is indeed common in the early stages of the formation of professional clubs. If there is no such development, then the club will definitely not last long. Now it seems that FIFA's development is at a pretty good point. In the mid area, the newly formed Extraordinary Sky Guild Alliance, after a period of silence, began to continue the competition for boss. They no longer had a direct conflict with Zheng, but they also gained a lot by competing with this club for territory today and that club tomorrow. Compared with the previous 4 Pests Alliance, which could grab nearly 20 boss every day, the performance at the new Extraordinary Sky Guild Alliance has shrunk a bit, but there are still about 10. Without the need to share the harvest with others, the guild warehouse of the Extraordinary Sky Guild Alliance began to expand faster. The more bosses are grabbed, the more low-level materials can be obtained in addition to legendary materials. These low-level materials are of no use to professional players, but they are still very attractive to ordinary players. Powerful guilds may not all be fans of the club, but they can attract many neutral players, and it will be inevitable for these players to slowly turn into fans of the club. At the club level, the business development is not very fast, but in the first-class league, there is such a sponsorship contract, which can make up for a lot. In addition, after the start of the professional league, the ticket revenue and broadcasting fee share of each game are not small figures. Although most of the first-class clubs are loss-making, they do not have to throw money into it endlessly. Most of the first-class clubs only need to subsidize a part of it, which is basically enough. The current FIFA will not have financial difficulties in the short term. After all, the number of professional players they support is not particularly large. Even if they eat up all the professional players of the sky in one breath, their financial expenses are not difficult. There are indeed expenses that are not enough to make ends meet, but Zheng Qi's personal property alone is enough to support FIFA for a long time. Next, in the first-class league, if FIFA's performance can be better and have the opportunity to impact the Super League, then this club will probably become our strong opponent in the future. Lu Xiaoshan said to Shinryo in private. But aren't we planning to impact the 5-time champion this year? Shinryo laughed. Yes, we will feel more comfortable with one less opponent this year. Lu Xiaoshan also laughed. In the season that just ended, Zheng's performance was not particularly good. They had already won the double championship of the league and the cup. However, they won the league championship 5 rounds ahead of schedule and suppressed Tin Head. They also defeated Tin Head in the semi-finals of the cup and finally defeated Nanguo in the final. Judging from their performance, in the new season, Tin Head, which is 1 year older, can still stop them. In recent years, the performance of Chinese clubs in East Asia and the World Cup can also be said to have a strong dominance. Zheng and Tin Head have won the World Cup championship successively, and Zheng has created an extraordinary achievement of 2 consecutive World Cup championships. For Zheng, their biggest opponents are actually these domestic opponents, especially Tin Head. Tin Head once snatched a league championship from them, making their hope of winning the 5 championships fall at the last moment. But looking at the performance of the season that just passed, can Tin Head still stop Zheng? The next year is the best time for Zheng to hit the 5-time champion. Using a 5-time champion to welcome Zheng Qi and others. It's also a good choice. Shinryo thought to himself. He was very optimistic about the future of Zheng Qi on FIFA. After all, he was once a member of FIFAN and knew how outstanding FIFAN was. Especially after Zheng Qi and Niuhua joined, he knew how outstanding these two former live broadcast teammates were. Zheng Qi's calculation ability was second to none. During the live broadcast, he could often calculate many details that even top professional players could not calculate through his powerful calculation ability. After comparing with Wen Xiang, Shen Ruofei felt that Wen Xiang seemed to be inferior to Zheng Qi. After all, Wen Xiang relied more on his own talent. In addition to his talent, Zheng Qi also had extremely scientific and quantitative training. Niuhua's thinking was more detached, but her personality could make her a mobile turret. Players like her would be miserable if they did not get enough protection, just like when they first met Zheng Qi, they were killed horribly by Zheng Qi's changes in speed and rhythm. After teaming up with Zheng Qi and others, with enough protection, she has always been the most stable output in the entire team competition. The team back then, except for the missing Haishui, everyone else has already made their mark in the era of football. Chapter 378. Mysterious confidence. During this period, everyone has been working together well, but in a few days, the 10 of you will have to go to the new area to open up New Wasteland. 300 professional players from the former Kanking Guild, 300 professional players from the FIFAN Guild, a total of 600 professional players, will go to Area 110 with you. I hope that in half a year, I can see you get what you want. Looking at the 10 newcomers standing in a row in front of him, Butler Meng said slowly. In the new area, I will work with you to build the reputation of the FIFAN club in the new area. This new area is very important to our club. After more than a year, each club has gradually made breakthrough progress in the research of monster pooling techniques. In addition to me, 3 colleagues from the technical department will also work with us, so that we can continue to maintain our advantage in this area. Next, let's work hard together. Hearing Butler Meng say this, the newcomers were a little surprised. After all, although they were not particularly familiar with FIFAN, they had all fought with FIFAN before, except for Chen Lin who had just joined. They all knew that Butler Meng was FIFAN's head coach, and he was a very good head coach. Such a coach was extremely important for the first-line team. The general head coach would not do too many other complicated things, but Butler Meng was an exception. In addition to commanding the first-line team, he would also strategize in the Guild's boss competition, showing his extremely outstanding ability to command large-scale scenes. Such a coach, who was much more important than the general head coach, had to go to the new area to help them open up a wasteland. Zhu Shan stood aside, his face unchanged, but he remembered the scene when Butler Meng came to find him. You know, for those players who deal with Kanken, FIFAN packed up the remaining supplies and people of Kanken in one go, and everything else was easy to say. FIFAN now needed experienced professional players very much. Professional players and warehouse materials were also what they urgently needed. On the contrary, Zhu Shan, the head coach, was in an awkward position. For Zhu Shan himself, when he was fired by Kanken midway last season, he actually had no worries about his next club. After all, he had a good reputation in the first-class league. However, now, he failed again in Kanken. In addition, the season has just ended. Most clubs are willing to find a head coach who has been more successful in the past season, so it is more difficult for Zhu Shan to find a new club. The most important thing is that FIFAN does not seem to need a new head coach. This is different from finding an ordinary coach. Many clubs have a large coaching team in addition to the head coach, responsible for all aspects of the matter. FIFAN has already taken action in this regard, but there have not been many breakthroughs. In any case, FIFAN now needs a large number of ordinary coaches, not just one head coach. What's more, in a face-to-face confrontation, FIFAN's Meng Fan defeated Zhu Shan. There is already an excellent head coach. Can FIFAN still accept Zhu Shan? And will Zhu Shan be willing to go to FIFAN to be such a helper for Meng Fan? The head coach has his own pride and self-esteem. He has been the head coach for more than 10 years. It is not reasonable to be an assistant coach for others. However, Zhu Shan easily joined FIFAN, which surprised the old players of Kanken. Of course, they didn't know what happened. They were just a little happy after being surprised, because it meant that FIFAN fulfilled their promise and took over all the remaining people in Kanken. What they didn't know was that Zhu Shan was actually confused at the time. Butler Meng took the initiative to find him and had a long talk with him, which dispelled such doubts. I'm not as good as you in leading the first-line team, and I'm not young anymore. I'm slow to react, and I'm much worse in specific tactical thinking. Next, I'm going to play professional games and face those professional head coaches. I'm not suitable. Only was suitable to lead this team. You'll lead this team, and I can't shape this. Zhu Shan shook his head. I'm good at big game tactics, not details. All the players know this, and they won't have any problems. What's more, I have a best reason for them to accept this matter very naturally. Butler Meng laughed. So, there was this scene today. Butler Meng's reason was indeed very, very powerful. This new zone will determine whether Fifan can have a complete team. Lack of players has always been Fifan's biggest problem. Last season, the most dangerous time was when Fifan's players all agreed that they met both. At the time, Fifan only had 5 or 6 players. If it weren't for the good luck he had accumulated before, which made both completely unaware of Fifan's true strength, especially Zheng Qi's personal ability, it would have been almost impossible for Fifan to win. After Nioliwa and others returned, Fifan's lack of players was a little better, but it was still not good enough. After all, there were only a dozen players who could play, and they were inherently at a disadvantage in the overall tactical arrangement. If this team can create a group of excellent accounts, then Fifan's first team will really not have such obvious weaknesses. But after taking advantage of the monster pooling method for 2 years, no one knows whether it will have a good effect in the 3rd year. After all, no one can ignore the research ability and development level of the tactical departments of those big clubs. Although they are certainly not as convenient as the freaks in the Academy of Sciences in terms of theoretical knowledge and data collection, they have a huge advantage. They have countless players with rich professional experience and experience in exploring the mythical area. Although they have not collected enough information about the new area, they can make inferences through various feedbacks, and then model in their own training room, simulating various situations, and the progress will not be too slow. In fact, this is a capability that every professional club will have. Fifan has now made considerable progress in this regard. Zheng Qi's senior brothers in the Academy of Sciences have simulated various training rooms in the tactical department for them to conduct targeted training. These training rooms do not seem to be very useful now, because although Fifan's players are young, their experience and ability are already excellent. The training room is not very useful for them. It is better to play more friendly matches or grab some boss. However, in the future, after the Fifan youth training system is established, these training spaces can allow young players to avoid many detours and develop their strengths as soon as possible. Under such circumstances, letting Wang Yongjie, who has the most large-scale combat capabilities, go to the new area to help command is obviously an extremely positive encouragement for the newcomer's plan to build an account. This is related to the foundation of Fifan's performance in the second half of the season, and even in the next few seasons. Under this premise, it makes sense for Butler Meng to go to the new area to open up new areas. And once Butler Meng leaves, who else can be the head coach? Of course, it is Zhu Shan. If Butler Meng does not go to the new area, even if Zhu Shan becomes the head coach, he will inevitably be affected by Butler Meng. Fifan's players will unconsciously compare him with Butler Meng, which will affect the team's morale and the trust between the players and the coach. Butler Meng has been away for half a year. With this half year, it is enough for everyone to accept Zhu Shan. The best thing is that most of the players who enter the new area to open up Wasteland were former Canton players. After they returned, there was no problem of running in with Zhu Shan. During my absence, the head coach position will be held by Coach Zhu Shan. You are very clear about Coach Zhu Shan's level. His tactical ability is quite outstanding. We mainly used the first half of the season to adapt to the rhythm of the game and get familiar with the opponent. Coach Zhu's tactical ability can play a huge role. The second half of the season is when we will start our sprint. No problem, Uncle Meng, we all admire Coach Zhu Shan's tactical command ability. He almost killed us before. Zheng Qi took the lead in expressing his opinion. He is the captain and the major shareholder. He has expressed his opinion. What else can others say? What's more, for the extraordinary players who do not participate in the new area, they are almost superstitious about the ability of Butler Meng. They will definitely agree with the decisions made by Butler Meng. Similarly, the players who want to participate in the new area have great confidence in Zhu Shan's ability and think that he is the most suitable coach to lead Extraordinary forward. In the next 6 months, we will split into 2 groups. It doesn't really matter. We're used to splitting up in competitions, Zheng Qi continued, and then the old players of Fifan burst into laughter, while the players who were going to participate in the new area development rolled their eyes collectively. They were deeply hurt. In short, in 6 months, the most powerful Fifan will appear. When that happens, it will be our time to impact the Super League. Zheng Qi said at last. The Fifan players waved their fists at the same time, whether they were participating in the new area development or staying to play in the A-level league. Although this seems to be a difficult task, the schedule of the A-League is similar to that of the Super League. The Super League has 24 rounds in the first half and only 14 inches the second half, while the A-League has a total of 46 rounds. 32 inches the first half and only 14 inches the second half, because the second half needs to leave time for the playoffs. If the results in the first half are too bad, then it is not about impacting the Super League, but about finding a way to stay in the league. The FIFA players are not unaware of these things, but at this time, they have no other ideas, just full of confidence in the coming year. They joined FIFA to create miracles. FIFA has created miracles in the Amateur League. Even if the Amateur League and the professional arena are two completely different worlds, they still firmly believe that they can create miracles. This kind of confidence is obviously unreasonable, but no professional player can lack this mysterious confidence. Chapter 379. Growing together. After the new year, the guilds in the mythology zone began to have a better life than before. The reason was simple. After the dissolution of the Four Pests Alliance, their life was better. However, after the merger of FIFA and Kanken, many clubs began to have a hard time again. Recently, the FIFA and Kanken Guild Alliance has obviously been much more low-key, and they are not as fierce as before and fighting for boss. In contrast, of course, life seems to be much better. FIFA and Kanken did begin to shrink after the new year. After all, without the command of Butler Meng and those former professional players as the double-flowered red sticks, even if FIFA and Kanken could gather 60 elite groups, the overall combat power that could be exerted was not even a little bit worse than the same number of elite groups of the super team. Even against 40, it would not have any advantage. After all, FIFA used to rely mainly on the planning of Butler Meng. His command of the large army was extremely outstanding, which even the famous coaches of the Super League teams could not do. These famous coaches certainly had excellent strategic vision and tactical ability, but they had been studying the rules of the competition venue, while the bosses and senior executives of the guilds who were used to commanding large troops did not have such excellent strategic vision and ability. Butler Meng's correct command was the key to the Four Pests Alliance and the later FIFA and Kanken Guild being able to gain an advantage in grabbing boss. Now Butler Meng has gone to the new area with Zheng Qi and 10 other professional players to open up a wasteland, and they will not be back for half a year. As mentioned before, there is no vest in the football era, so Butler Meng's old account has disappeared. He used a new account and entered the newly opened 110th area with Zheng Qi and others. In other words, before the new area is promoted to the myth area, Butler Meng can no longer help them, whether at the club level or the FIFA and Kanken Guild level. FIFA had been prepared for this. After all, without Steward Meng, the guild's ability to snatch bosses would be greatly reduced. This was predictable, but it was unavoidable. At most, they would have to live through a hard time in that first half of the year and snatch fewer bosses. After half a year, the things lost during this period of time can always be gradually recovered. You must know that FIFA has invested a lot of money in the new area this time. A large number of good players who run the guild have been sent to the new area, with Steward Meng leading the team, with Zheng Qi representing FIFA, and several guild leaders representing Kanken going to run that club. In addition, some veterans who have been in the new area for a long time in Kanken, if they are lucky, FIFA and Kanken's guild will usher in another expansion. By then, with more good players and Steward Meng being able to concentrate on commanding at the guild level, Zheng Qi will have confidence even if he confronts the 5 major guilds such as Zheng Qi head-on. Before you can be awesome, you have to live through a hard time. Zheng Qi thought very openly about this, and his attitude also affected others. The real problem for FIFA's first team now is that they can't find a suitable friendly match partner. Although after Liu Shibo's words, Nangiru agreed to play a friendly match with FIFA, even with Zheng Qi, 3 friendly matches are a little too few. After all, in the month before the start of the February League, which club doesn't play more than a dozen friendly matches to train the team and strengthen the running in? After all, every time a new season starts, there are more or less personnel changes. If the running in is not enough, it will affect the club's subsequent results. Although FIFA's personnel changes are not big, the Bogue trio left, and Foulet was added, the overall strength did not change much, and there was no problem with running in. Foulet is very familiar with some FIFA players, but there must be changes. FIFA's first team is weaker than last season. The only players who have the strength of professional players are Zheng Qi, Su Jin, Zheng Xu, Nioliwa, Li Rui, Ban Yuanfen, Filei, Qing Chuan, Lin Fei, Zhong Qing, Yuan Kong and Zheng. Zhuya made rapid progress last year and barely reached the level of a professional player. However, 13 professional level players are needed to support the entire game, so it is obvious that there are too few tactical changes. Especially since Zhu Shan is a head coach who is good at focusing on details, it is still not good if there are too few people available. Fortunately, Tiffin lacks everything except ordinary players with outstanding accounts. These 13 people, plus Xingyi, Ainul Yuaniu, Yuzi, Linking He and Zhao Fen, who have more than 800 attribute points, make 18. Then Zhu Qi will be pulled from the guild to the first team to fill in for a while, and Sui Qingfeng and Lu Li will also fill in the gaps in the first team, which is barely enough. Although Zhu Qi was not young anymore, he is a former professional player after all. His level and operation ability are not bad. He is just a little far away from the professional arena. He is old and his reaction and energy can't keep up. When he really needs people, it won't be a big problem for him to go up and fill in for a while. 21 first-line team members, it's a bit shabby to say it out loud, but the situation is like this, and the reality is like this, it all depends on you. Butler Meng patted Zhu Shan on the shoulder before leading people to the new area. Zhu Shan felt a lot of pressure. But although the pressure was great, Zhu Shan was a little excited. This was a test of his tactical command ability. He had never led such a strange team to play a game before. Although Kangdong was a weak team, it was no problem for players with professional level to put together a team. It was nothing more than that the character attributes of these players were a little worse, and now, among these 21 players, except for Zhu Wikio and Lu Li, whose character attribute points barely reached more than 700 points, the other 18 players, regardless of their operating level, all had character attributes of more than 800 points. If these 21 people were mixed together and then separated, it would be considered that there were 21 professional players with god-level accounts. Of course, the competition is not a simple addition and subtraction, and what Zhu Shan has to do now is to use his tactical arrangement ability to try to bring out the level of those outstanding players, so that ordinary players will not drag their feet on the field and play a certain role. This is of course a very difficult challenge, but it is also a test and opportunity for Zhu Shan's tactical ability to improve. Zhu Shan's specific tactical ability is indeed excellent, but because he has been in Kangdong for a long time, his tactics inevitably seem a little petty, and now commanding such a team will allow him to correct this problem. This point was pointed out to him by Butler Meng. Zhu Shan didn't care at first, but after a long talk with Butler Meng, he began to have some enlightenment. No one is a jack of all trades. You are lucky to be in a club that suits you and have discovered what you are best at. But this is not enough. A good head coach, in addition to knowing specific tactics, must also have excellent team-building skills. I can help you with this, but you are still lacking in using the existing power at hand to achieve the best results. Hearing this, Zhu Shan was a little unconvinced. In his opinion, his tactical ability was already quite perfect, so how could there be any shortcomings? I have long been accustomed to using the power at hand to achieve the best results, okay? You'll lack the experience and ability to command top players. Butler Meng blocked him with one sentence. Otherwise, your club would not be like this last year in the A-League. Zhu Shan was speechless. He knew that what Butler Meng said was right. The year was indeed a huge blow to him. The two former Super League players certainly did something wrong, but it was also related to his lack of experience in dealing with such players. The people he was familiar with were all Kangdong's own people, who were more humble and obedient, and would do what he arranged. The two players were more proud and arrogant, so he inevitably made some omissions in this regard. After the conflict at the beginning, it was difficult to make up for it later. And at the time, your positioning of them was also problematic. They had opinions, which were actually not unreasonable. Butler Meng continued, and then asked for some specific details, and then he talked about all the mistakes Zhu Shan made one by one, leaving Zhu Shan speechless. A coach will face all kinds of players. Some of them are talented, some are less talented, some are obedient, some have more ideas of their own, some take care of the team, and some focus on their own performance. These are people, all kinds of people. The people you dealt with before were too narrow, which is a key factor that restricts you from becoming better. In fact, even in the Yamato competition this year, your use of Fulei is somewhat questionable. You think he is the captain and the core, so you let him play his role in every link. This is not wrong, but in fact it is not like this. He is very comprehensive, but his characteristics and personality can only be used as an auxiliary, not a core. If it were me, I would let your Zheng Qi hand be the core, and let Fulei assist him next to him, and the others would surround them. If this is done, Kangdong's performance this year will at least increase by 20%. After a conversation, Zhu Shan was convinced. Indeed, this is his biggest weakness, but he still has a chance to make up for this weakness. Butlermeng is now exploring the new area, but after he goes offline, he is still in reality. Every time he is free, he will go to Zhoushan to chat, so that Zhoushan can more accurately understand the characteristics of each player at Fifan. Zhoushan is a coach with outstanding tactical talent, but his vision of people is indeed a little lacking. Otherwise he would not have thought that the two players could become the catalyst for Kangping to win to the Super League. This is not his fault, it is just a flaw of his. Butlermeng can make up for this flaw very well. Fifan is growing, and Zhoushan is also growing. Chapter 380 People's Heart. Fifan's first warm-up match was a derby match in G-City. But in fact, it was not a derby match. After all, in the past football matches, it could be called a derby because of the same city, the old feud, or the results. But there was a premise that the two teams had to be at least of the same level to be considered a derby. Fifan was only a Class A team, and a newly promoted Class A team. Facing the Southland, which had been strong in the Super League for so many years, it would be a bit shameless to call it a derby. However, the local media in G-City were quite interested in this friendly match. You should know that the major cities in China now basically have a super team and at least one Class A team. Several major cities comparable to G-City often have 2 or 3 Class A teams under one super team. After all, the population of big cities is large, and the number of spectators is large. Even if the super team can occupy the vast majority of the market share, the small teams can survive well. Moreover, due to the special nature of the football-era competition venue, the region is no longer the first factor affecting the choice of your favorite team. Therefore, even if there are not many fans in the local area, you can still get enough fans in the myth area as long as your performance is acceptable. The myth area makes the geographical restrictions no longer exist. However, under such circumstances, except for the strong Nanguo, there has never been any other professional team in G-City. It may be because Nanguo is too strong. After all, when they were awesome, the current Changping team was just an ordinary team. This has led to the audience in G-City being basically a monolithic. And now, there is Fifan, who also puts the club station in the most prosperous commercial center in G-City. The commercial center where they are now is hundreds of floors high, and Fifan occupies the middle 3 floors. In fact, 10 of the top floors belong to Nanguo, upstairs and downstairs, lights and telephones. Fifan chose to build his own club here from the beginning, which is enough to prove their ambition. Although the people at Nanguo don't care about this, the media do. In their view, this friendly match meant that Fifan was the first time to challenge the dominance of G-City in the South Country. What are these people thinking? At first, Fifan and his team had not noticed the media's movements. Until one day, when they saw it, Zheng Qi immediately said in surprise, "G-City Overlord. The South Country doesn't care about this title, right? Yes, their goal has always been to challenge the national and world championships. What's the point of being the king of G-City?" Zheng Qi said. "That's right, even if it's us, our goal is also the national and world championships." Li Rui said. "What do you mean even if it's us? Are we worse than the South Country?" Wang Yuanfeng argued. "Whatever it means, in short, we have no interest in the title of G-City Overlord. This friendly match is mainly for training." Zhoushan came out to make the final decision. For Zhoushan, he knew that he didn't have much time. Butlermeng had been away for only half a year. If he couldn't achieve a good enough result in this half year, and at the same time make the old people like Fifan trust his command, then even if Butlermeng didn't take his position, he would be embarrassed to stay in this position. Of course, the situation he faced was very bad. After all, Fifan was a little worse than last year. In terms of personnel changes, the addition of Fu Lei was a strong supplement, but the departure of Wang Chong, Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao was a greater loss. Wang Chong was an excellent assistant who could complement Su Ji in the game, while Hong Jian and Qing Yizhao were good at frontal attacks. After they left, Fifan could not even find such a role among the existing candidates. Without a striker, it would be difficult to open up the situation in the game. So in the friendly match, Zhoushan had to come up with a good way to allow Fifan to achieve better results in the A-level arena. In the first half of the season, you can lose some games and win less, but you can't be too far away from the top 9. This is Fifan's bottom line. And Zhoushan wanted to do more on this bottom line. This is the confidence that an excellent coach should have. In this friendly match, he didn't plan to win or play beautifully, but to train and observe the strength and performance of all the players on the field. So, in this G-City derby that was hyped by many media, Fifan lost the game quite shamefully. In fact, Nanguo had no intention to beat this opponent badly. They were a strong team that had long been ranked among the top teams. Of course, they would not pay much attention to the small team. If it were not for Liu Shibo's face, they would not come to play this friendly match. But the opponent was too bad, right? What kind of team is this? At least half of the people are just amateurs. How could they enter the first-class league? Is the randomness of amateur competition so great now? After the game, Nanguo's captain Sun Fei asked Liu Shibo dissatisfiedly. Liu Shibo shrugged his shoulders. Maybe they don't want to expose their strength. At least half of them are beyond the level of ordinary professional players. They played too badly in this game. I didn't see any cooperation between them. Although several people have strong attributes and good operation level, in the overall confrontation, we can easily win against such a team. Not only us, but any super team can win. Such opponents are completely worthless. Don't let such teams be our opponents in the future. Sun Fei is a person with a very impatient temper, just like their head coach Chen Fen. Only Chen Fen can suppress him. So even though Liu Shibo is Chen Fen's favorite player, Sun Fei still scolded him when he got angry. Liu Shibo smiled bitterly and nodded. It's really a dilemma to owe people a favor. What is Zheng Qi thinking? He arranged such a friendly match, but ended up with such a bad performance. Don't want to mix it up. Don't be angry, Boss Sunday. Brother Liu also means well. After all, it's another professional team in G City. It's not wrong to observe them first. Who knew Fifan was so bad? Zheng came out to smooth things over, but Sun Fei didn't seem to appreciate it at all. We should have investigated it clearly before that. Forget it, I won't talk about it anymore. Be more careful next time. Looking at Sun Fei turning away, Zheng smiled slightly. Liu Shibo gave him a cold look and also turned away. However, at this moment, Fifan's locker room was boiling. Coach, this game is too bad. I can't stand it. Li Garua screamed. Yes, we can play better. Yuan Fen rarely agreed with Li Garua. The victory or defeat in the friendly match is meaningless. The key is to train the team. I'm not particularly familiar with most of you, so this kind of training is necessary. Tactics is a very complicated process. I need to clearly understand the characteristics and attributes of each of you, as well as your first reaction on the field, so that I can make the most detailed tactical arrangements. Do you understand? It doesn't matter if we lose a few friendly matches, but in the professional arena, that point is a point. Zhu Shan said seriously. Well, the coach is right, and there is a benefit after losing this game. Zheng Qi nodded with a smile. What benefit? The others were stunned at the same time. Several Class A teams have sent letters to express their desire to play a friendly match with us. It seems that they all think we are very bad and want to see how bad we are. Zheng Qi showed his communicator and said to everyone. Damn, aren't these guys taking advantage of others' misfortunes? Yuan Fen said. Yes, they are taking advantage of others' misfortunes. We can also lose to them. Then we can get our place back in the league. That's enough. Zheng Qi said. If we keep losing in friendly matches, the attendance rate will be affected, right? Su Jin began to consider the problem from another perspective. It will definitely be affected, especially for the members of Kangping in the past, but they may not want to support us in the first place. If we play poorly in friendly matches, they will be able to calm down a little. If we win a few more games in the league, they will gradually accept us. Zheng Qi said seriously, people's hearts are the most difficult thing to control. Our main audience is still the hundreds of thousands of members who like us before. When we enter the first-class league, our attendance rate will actually decrease at the beginning, because many of our supporters in the past are members of Shenzhen and Haitian. When we have no conflicts with them, they don't mind coming to watch our games, but now they will no longer support us in the first-class arena. We don't need to consider our attendance rate now, because if we consider it again, there'll only be so many spectators, but as long as we play steadily and continue to create surprises, the audience will always increase. Zhu Shan nodded silently. It is really amazing that the captain can see so clearly now. Although Fifan and Kangping guilds merged to become Fifan Kangping Guild, it does not mean that the original Kangping fans will watch Fifan's games live as before. This is impossible. They continue to stay in the guild, perhaps because they are used to it, perhaps because there are more acquaintances here, or perhaps because they don't want to let go of the treatment here, but when it comes to watching games, they will not choose to watch Fifan's games so easily. This is the human heart. You can't change people's hearts by force, you can only change them slowly and imperceptibly. Not focusing on the attendance rate is a very wise choice. The game results are gradually getting better, and the attendance rate will naturally increase slowly. Moreover, in the second half of the season, after 7 former Kanken players return, the probability of attracting Kanken's original fans to watch the game will be much greater. Such priorities also need to be distinguished. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 381. Another Super Cup. As a newly promoted team, it is normal for them to perform poorly in friendly matches. However, Fifen's performance seemed to be too bad. They lost miserably to Nangulo in the first warm-up match. Even if they performed poorly against a team of Nangulo's level, it was understandable, but losing by double digits was a bit too much. When they faced Zheng Qi and Haitian next, they were defeated again without temper. Although the loss was not so exaggerated, it was also a complete defeat. In the next match against the opponents in the first-class league, Fifen was also hard to win. They were defeated by the opponent in almost every game. Their main line performed well on the court, but once they changed players, their strength would decline greatly. They were beaten badly by the first-class teams with stable tactics and steady performance. Later, they even played against the other 3 teams that were also promoted, but they did not win a single game. There was no scene of being so majestic in the Yamato competition last season. Fifen seems to have underestimated the A-League. Although they have received most of the wealth of Kanken, they have not introduced even one player with rich experience in the A-League. This is something that no newly promoted team dares not to do. After they are promoted, they must introduce at least 1 or 2 A-League players to increase the team's experience and overall level, but Fifen did not do so. They still maintained the previous lineup. Among the newly joined Kanken players, only Philae stayed. The others went to the new area to build accounts. Of course, it is very important to do so, but they don't need to let everyone go to the new area to build accounts. Young players like Zheng Qi can go, but the 3 players in Sfeng, Jin and Tang Ziyuan are not young anymore, and they have rich experience in fighting in the A-League. They can stay, so that Fifen's strength can be raised to a higher level. But they didn't do this. It seems that they are a little too confident in their own strength. The media in G City began to evaluate Fifen in this way, and now it seems that their evaluation is indeed correct. Fifen was a big winner in the Yamato League last year. In addition to the excellent operation ability and strong account attributes of their core players, the 3 players they won played a big role. They all have rich amateur competition experience and psychological quality. Although their performance seems insignificant, they helped Fifen to stabilize their position in many cases of the game, so that Zheng Qi and others could win with their explosions. Just like the final against Kanken, although they won the game in the end, they first relied on Zhuya's explosion and finally relied on Zheng Qi's personal performance to defeat the opponent, but in most of the games, they were able to help Fifen stabilize the formation and help Fifen not fall behind in the confrontation. This is very important, and it is not something that ordinary players can do with a little talent and operation. In the A-level competition, experience is even more important. The training that Fifen players get in the Yamato League may not be applicable in the A-level competition, because that is the most brutal competition. Any team at the Sky level is just an ordinary team in the A-level league. Without enough experience, any A-level team is a behemoth for Fifen. In this case, 3 veteran Sky players with rich experience in the A-level league were pulled to the new area to open up a wasteland, leaving only Philae alone, and no other players with A-level strength were introduced. It is not very difficult to dig such players, not to mention that Fifen is short of people in the first team now. Many players who have little playing time in other teams are very happy to come to Fifen to play a main position. But Fifen did not make any such moves, as if he was thinking about launching another attack in the second half of the season. No one is a fool. Other teams basically know their ideas. After all, it is no secret that Fifen has the ability to create accounts. In fact, under such circumstances, Fifen has become the target of public criticism. Any opponent in the first half of the season will seriously fight against them, because if a few more players with God-level accounts are added in the second half of the season, Fifen will really have a great advantage in the A-level arena. After all, players with God-level accounts in the entire A-level arena are rare. Even the pseudo-god level players at Fifen, that is, players with god level accounts but only ordinary professional operation levels, are rare. Think about it, if ordinary professional players can be lucky enough to have a god level account, they will not fall into the A-level league. Such players in the Super League can certainly not play that core, but generally speaking, they are more than enough to play the main rotation. Therefore, the players in the A-level league generally have accounts between 700 and 750, with professional level operation levels and rich experience. At this level, relying on experience and overall strength, they were able to beat Fifan, who only had half of his players as professional players. But when the number of players like Fifan increased to 15 or 16, it was not something that the teams in the first division could easily resist if they relied on their personal abilities to crush them. Such guys, of course, had to be nipped in the bud from the beginning. Taking advantage of their weak strength, they would beat them to death and grab 3 points whenever they could. This would not only suppress Fifan, but also allow them to gain more points. So no matter if they were striving for promotion, or staying in the middle, or trying to stay in the league, when they met Fifan, they would seriously try to grab the 3 points. This was the reality, and Fifan became the target of public criticism. Regarding this, Fifan did not seem to be very aware of it. They still train every day, and now they have put more emphasis on training in the training room. The tactical department has not been idle in the past 6 months. Zheng Qi's brothers have simulated various game environments and details in the training room. Although there are only 10 maps simulated now, Zheng Qi, who is in charge, said confidently that even compared with the maps in the game, it can reach more than 80% completion. This is amazing. You must know that simulating maps has always been the most important part of testing a club's tactical department. After all, no one can figure out the operation mode of the current football era, including the maps used in the game. Various details are actually easy to simulate. However, it is very difficult to copy all kinds of random accidents. Because according to statistics, any map used in the game will have different changes from the previous moment at any time. This change has lasted for decades, and there is no repetition. This is also the most surprising thing for the technology department. How huge is this game? This is a database that exceeds the current technological imagination of human beings. This is also the reason why professional clubs need to conduct more training in the game, because no matter how good the training room is, it is impossible to simulate perfectly, and most of them can only simulate about 50% to 70%. Zheng Qi said that he could simulate 80%. Scientists like him are naturally rigorous. If he said 80%, it must be more than that. For Fifan at this stage, this level is enough for them to gain better experience. The best training environment is of course in the game, but if you want to achieve the most efficient training effect, you have to be in the training room, because it can minimize the waste of time. So during this period, Fifan's players trained more in the training room, and only a few of them would go to the myth area for 1 or 2 days to help grab the boss. Without their participation, with the strength of Fifan Canton, of course, they could not grab the boss with other large guilds, and could only wander around picking up leftovers just like the way most small clubs survive. The Four Pests Alliance has become a thing of the past. The Fifan members were a little unhappy about this, because they were used to good treatment, but the members of the Sky were not unhappy, because they were used to hard times. However, in terms of treatment, the Fifan Sky Guild was not stingy at all, and it remained the same, so the hearts of the guild members would not be too turbulent. It was nothing more than what it was before, but it was not the glory of snatching the boss. The guild leaders also announced that because some of the main forces went to the new area to open up a wasteland, everyone should keep a low profile for the past 6 months. After the new area is opened up, the strength of our guild will expand a lot, and then the lost boss will be snatched back one by one. Such words are naturally very encouraging, at least for the players of the Fifan Guild before. Since they entered the mythology area, they have been in a relatively peak state. The guild gave things generously and snatched boss fiercely. Now they can't snatch boss in the past 6 months, which is indeed a bit disappointing, but it also makes them more eager for the days of holding their heads high 6 months later. The members of the old Canton Guild were somewhat indifferent to this, which was normal. After all, they had no feelings for Fifan. However, they had been fighting for boss with Fifan last year, and they missed the comfortable life of that year. People's hearts are indeed difficult to grasp. Under such expectations, most members of the Fifan Canton Guild actually began to aid with peace of mind, doing their own things every day, working together to brush dungeons, and the elite team was running around, trying to grab some lone boss. The days were very peaceful and fulfilling, just like Fifan's first-line team. Such ordinary and fulfilling days naturally pass quickly. More than a month of preparation time passed quickly. Before the 3-level league was about to rekindle the war, everyone's attention was focused on the upcoming Chinese Super Cup. The two sides of the Super Cup were the same as in the past few years, Chengdu vs. Tinhead. Another year, but there was no change in the two sides. However, the enthusiasm of the audience would not dissipate because of this, and they would not think that such a game would be boring. Chapter 382 Li Qing's Regret. It's already the third time I've watched the Super Cup. Time flies so fast. Even a young man like me feels old, Zheng Qi said to Su Jing while stroking his chin. Su Jing was a little speechless. This guy is a little too much. Doesn't he think it's rude to mention such things in front of a woman older than him? But thinking that Zheng Qi is only 20 years old now and he is already 23 years old, Su Jing is a little jealous of this guy in front of him. The first time I watched the Super Cup, Lu Xiaoshan beat Li Qing's. The second time I watched the Super Cup, Fei Jie dragged the team down and lost to Tin He. I don't know what will happen the third time. Zheng Qi didn't notice this, but continued to speak. Su Jing didn't care anymore. Having known Zheng Qi for so long, she of course knew that he was not a malicious person. He was just making fun of himself. The last Super Cup was mainly because of the need to run in. This time, Chen Feng's advantage can be said to be quite large. Yes, last year in the League and Cup, they defeated Tin He 3 times in a row. This has never happened in the past. Chen Feng certainly had advantages in the past, but Tin He could also give them a surprise from time to time. In the 3 games last year, Chen Feng was almost crushed. Now Chen Feng is a little scary. After another year, can Tin He still withstand Chen Feng's attack? Their lineup is 1 year older, and Chen Feng's lineup has matured a little. Even in terms of blood transfusion, Chen Feng is ahead. The promotion of He Jing and the joining of Shen Rufei will allow them to have powerful god-level players in the future. Tin He is a little behind in this regard. Su Jing nodded. I can understand them. Facing such a powerful Chen Feng, they certainly need to use every bit of their strength. How can they have time to train new players? But did you notice in the last few games last year, Tin He also started to train new players? Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Are you talking about the 3 young players Juan Bao, Du Qingfeng and Gu? Su Jing thought for a while and asked. Zheng Qi nodded. I watched a few of their performances last season. Their operation level is quite good. Experience will not be a big problem. They will bring enough benefits to Tin He this year. But their attributes are a bit poor, right? I remember the media's inference that their attribute points are only more than 700, maybe more than 750, but definitely not 800. Such players can allow them to complete some of the upgrades, but it is difficult to form any catalyst. They are not as good as He Jing, let alone Shen Rufei. Su Jing thought for a while and shook his head. Well, it would be easy to add players of this level, but Li Qing has always played as a team. The 3 of them have better attributes and operations than some of the original main players as Tin He. After joining, they will be much stronger, Zheng Qi said with a smile. Then we will know after watching this game. Su Jing smiled slightly. It sounds a bit ambiguous that 2 people ran out to watch the game, but Su Jing and Zheng Qi seemed very calm, because the other players chose to be in Zhu Shan's strict training. Zhu Shan believed that they needed to be strengthened in operation and adaptability, and even the time of a game should not be wasted. After all, although watching high-level games can improve to a certain extent, the level shown by Chen Feng and Tin He has far exceeded their imagination. Watching such a game has no effect. As for Zheng Qi and Su Jing, Zheng Qi's operation level has no room for significant improvement in Zhu Shan's opinion, and his free-spirited performance on the court does not require too much adaptation to the venue. Many of his reactions are made on the spot, which cannot be trained by training. Playing more high-level games will naturally increase his level like a rocket. Meng Fan actually told Zhu Shan about this, and after observing for a while, Zhu Shan felt that Meng Fan was indeed someone who had been with Zheng Qi for a long time and was too familiar with Zheng Qi. As for Su Jing, it was meaningless for a supporting core to train too much in these 2 aspects, which would easily make her thinking mode fall into a fixed pattern. Su Jing did not have so many ideas of doing whatever she wanted and genius, but her mind was delicate and her judgment was accurate, which was enough for her to perform better in the game. In fact, before the pre-season training camp began, Zheng Qi and Su Jing did not always stay with the main team. They were the major shareholders of the club, and many things had to be handled by them. If it were not for their characteristics, the pre-season training camp would not be able to be smoothly implemented. At this time, Zheng Qi was looking around inside. You are very greedy like this, Su Jing said. There is no way, look at the enthusiasm around here, that's all money, indeed. The attendance rate of this game once again set a new record. A full 40 million fans watched the game live, which was enough to create an effect of covering the sky of the sun even in the game. The influence of Chen Feng and Tin He began to grow as they took turns to win the World Cup. There is one world champion every year, which seems to be of low value, but think about it. Each country will have one league champion every year, each continent will have one continent champion every year, only the world champion, there is only one every year in the world. Although the influence of the World Cup champion is not as great as the influence of the previous 4-year World Cup, it is still extremely shocking now. For 4 consecutive years, Zheng Qi and Tin He have each won 2 World Cups. This achievement is enough to make them the best teams in the world. The best team will naturally have the highest popularity. Moreover, this year, whether Zheng Qi can win the 5-time champion is a matter of great concern to everyone. And the road to the 5-time champion starts from this day. How can such a game not be attractive? The cruel and strict competition system has made the Chinese Super Cup a highly watched competition. This can be regarded as the ingenuity of the competition system makers. Only the champions of the League and Cup competitions can participate in the Super Cup, only the winners of the Super Cup can participate in the Intercontinental competition, and only the Intercontinental champions can participate in the World Cup. Although these cup competitions seem to be fewer, there is no room for buffer. If you lose one game, you'll lose everything. Such a game may seem a little unfair, but it is exciting enough. 40 million, the ticket share for one game is 400 million, damn, can we have 4 million for one game? Zheng Qi asked Su Jing. Where can they get 400 million? Su Jing smiled and said, the lead committee takes half, and then each side takes half, which is only 100 million. At this point, Su Jing's voice also lowered. 100 million for one game, that's almost the current annual income of the fun. In fact, our income for one game should also be several million, Zheng Qi comforted Su Jing in return. It's okay. If you have a goal, you will be more motivated to work hard, right? Su Jing took a deep breath and asked Zheng Qi. Yes, that's right. One day, we will have tens of millions of viewers watching a game. You and I can easily sign a contract worth hundreds of millions. What will the 1 billion earned from the bookmakers mean? Our club's profit in a month is this much, Zheng Qi laughed. Yes, we will definitely do it. Su Jing clenched her fists. Although her personality looks calm and generous, deep down in her heart, she also has her own pursuits. She always strives to do her best in everything she does. If something is destined to be impossible for her to do the best, she will not force it, but as long as she can see a glimmer of hope, she will definitely put all her energy into it. So she began to watch the game more seriously. The fierce battle between Zheng Qi and Tin He began in this game. For Tin He, no matter how optimistic they are, they will not get carried away, because they have a calm Li Qing's. In the league match last season, we can actually see that Zheng Qi is one step ahead of us in strength. That's a real advantage, not something that can be offset by performance or tactics. If we compete with them in the League and Cup this year, our hope is still slim, so this Super Cup will be our only chance to snipe them. Li Qing's words in the locker room scared the Tin He players. They had never expected Li Qing's to be so pessimistic. Last season in the league, Tin He was certainly suppressed by Zheng Qi more than ever before, but did they really have no chance at all? Their overall strength continues to rise, while we have reached a limit, so since last season, we have been gradually changing our blood, but changing blood takes time. This year in the league, we can't compete with Zheng Qi. If we want to prevent Zheng Qi from winning the 5-time championship, then we have to directly eliminate their possibility of entering the Intercontinental arena in the Super Cup. At the time, we will be able to better train newcomers in the league. Han Yimin, you are very talented, but even compared with their Shen Ruofei, you are still lacking something now, let alone compared with Lu Xiaoshan. A young player sitting in the corner was obviously very unconvinced, but he obviously respected Li Qing's and didn't say much. We can't compete with them in the league. A decisive game can have many places we can use. We must master the details and listen to my command on the court. Zheng Qi is now playing more flexibly and maneuverably, with dual cores in the front and midfield, which allows them to switch the focus of attack at any time. But this style of play is not without flaws. After Li Qing's explained it in detail, Han Yimin couldn't help asking. If we still can't win this game, what should we do? Li Qing's was silent for a moment. Then we can only congratulate them for winning the 5 championships this year. If they hadn't suddenly gained Shen Ruofei, I had planned that we would have won the 5 championships last year. Li Qing sighed. This was the first time that the Tin He players heard Li Qing's words carry such a heavy sense of regret. Chapter 383. The only one. After the game, this Super Cup match was considered to be the best match in terms of level and performance in the past 5 years. Whether it was Tin He or Zheng Qi, the overall level and individual level they showed in this match were perfect and extremely strong. The main tactics of Tin He and Zheng Qi were basically dual core, but the two are different. Tin He's dual cores Li Qing's and Li Qiang's dual assistants, while Zheng Qi had dual assistants in the midfield, He Jing and Wen Xiang, and dual front court cores, Lu Xiaoshan and Shen Ruofei. After the past year, Shen Ruofei and Zheng Qi's lineup really began to share the task of attacking the enemy with Lu Xiaoshan. This was not Lu Xiaoshan's intentional concession, but Shen Ruofei relied on his own strength and performance to obtain such a position. In terms of operation level, Shen Ruofei and Lu Xiaoshan are almost the same, and they have a certain advantage in attribute points. Even if they only have a few dozen more points, they can still have a considerable advantage if they are all invested in a certain attribute. In terms of personal style, Lu Xiaoshan is more experienced, but Shen Ruofei has a stronger desire to win and impact than Lu Xiaoshan. The two of them complement each other, and almost no defender can withstand the impact of the two. With these four top players, plus a large number of players who are not very old and have outstanding strength, Zheng Qi's level has indeed surpassed Tin He by a large margin. Li Qing's only intends to snipe Zheng Qi in this game, so that they will automatically lose the opportunity to win to the East Asian Cup. He never thought about being able to fight against them in the league, although this seems to only delay it for 1 year, but if they are defeated by Tin He continuously and lose the opportunity to participate in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup, there will probably be some internal strife in Zheng Qi, right? Zheng Qi's performance is too good now, and the competition is too fierce. Many players will stay because they have the chance to challenge the 5-time champion. Can everyone really endure the reduction of opportunities and stay for 2 consecutive years without being able to play in the East Asian Cup? For example, Jiang Wenqian, who used to be a main player but now cannot guarantee the main player, Feng Tu, whose status has not been able to be improved, and other veterans and newcomers. Their opportunities to play are now compressed a lot, and these players have the opportunity to challenge the core position if they go to other teams. Will these players continue to stay? Zheng Qi's cohesion is not as strong as it seems. Others are willing to surround Lu Xiaoshan and others are the 5-time champion, but if they can't get it, can they endure 1 or 2 years, 3 or 4 years? Professional players can only make money for about 10 years. Most of Zheng Qi's players were very young before. They can wait, but they may not be able to wait after 1 or 2 years. Lu Xiaoshan's brilliance is too strong, and now there is Shen Ruofei. The status of others cannot be improved. Naturally, it will be more difficult to get better sponsorship. Businesses always favor the most dazzling person. This is Li Qing's idea. This year, he will snipe Zheng Qi again to make cracks appear in this empire. At the time, its destruction or weakening will be inevitable. And by the time, Zheng Qi will have greater hope to rise and challenge the 5-time champion. As one of the 2 best players now, Li Qing also has his own ambition to become the first 5-time champion in history. That is Li Qing's greatest ambition. So in this game, Tin He also showed all their courage. Li Qing and Li Qiang took turns to organize, and the hard work of the 5 Tigers and several young players formed a solid barrier around Li Qing and Li Qiang. Han Yimin, a newcomer who joined the team this season, is just like his name. He made a big splash. With a god-level account, he posed a considerable threat on the court, causing Zheng Qi, who was not well prepared for his existence, to suffer a lot. Han Yimin's existence is the reason why Li Qing wants to win this game. After all, compared with Zheng Qi, Tin He is now a step behind both as a whole and as an individual. In the past, Tin He did not have a player who could be compared with Lu Xiaoshan. Li Qing is certainly a top player on the same level as Lu Xiaoshan, but he is an auxiliary after all. The tragedy of an auxiliary lies in his value, which can only be fully exerted by relying on teammates. In the past, he could still rely on the whole team to fight with Zheng Qi, and Li Qing's tactical ability is indeed unparalleled in the world. Although many of those coaches have tactical abilities that are not worse than his, any coach cannot make the most direct response as clearly as Li Qing who is in the game. This is the most powerful source of Tin He. But now there is not only Lu Xiaoshan, but also Shen Ruofei. These 2 guys with extremely strong personal abilities should not be in the same team, otherwise it would be too cheating. Even if Li Qing has strong tactical abilities, he cannot fight against these 2 monsters in the absence of strong enough players. Li Qing understood this very clearly after they met in the league last season. So from that time on, he began to prepare to train newcomers and use the competition to train young players. Juan Bao, Du Qingfen, and Guiyu were all outstanding players in Tin He youth training camp. They were excellent and their character attributes were not bad. After some training in the competition, they were able to quickly form combat power. However, relying on them alone, they only added some fresh blood to Tin He's older first-line team. As Su Jing said, such players are indispensable for a team. Their joining can bring vitality to the team, but if you want the team to be more powerful, such players are far from enough. Just like when Zheng Qi and Tin He were still teams on the same level before, Zheng Qi did not have blood transfusions, but such blood transfusions only maintained the vitality and level of the team, but did not improve it. After Shen Ruofei joined, the entire team was truly upgraded to a higher level, leaving Tin He behind for a while. This kind of thing is actually very rare, otherwise Zheng Qi's management would not have thought that Zheng Qi was the first choice at the time, because Zheng Qi's level and characteristics are what they lack, and Shen Ruofei's characteristics overlap with Lu Xiaoshen. Who would have known that after Shen Ruofei joined, he would be so strong that he could share the task of attacking with Lu Xiaoshen, making Zheng Qi's attack even more indestructible. Team formation has never been 1+1 greater than 2. What kind of players can show the best level together? This kind of thing has never been completely judged in advance. Even those combinations that are theoretically very strong may not be the case in actual operation. Just like when Lu Xiaoshen was rising, Zheng Qi also thought about recruiting a top player to cooperate with him. At the time, they had their eyes on Fan Yuan, a player who had just emerged in a small club. He was an opportunistic player, and his greatest feature was to kill with one blow. In terms of technical characteristics, he could cooperate well with Lu Xiaoshen, who was attacking head-on. At the same time, Sun Fei from Nangyue was also emerging. After investigation, Zheng Qi decided to choose Fan Yuan and give up Sun Fei, because Sun Fei was not easy to recruit. Nangyue was in its strong period at the time, and Sun Fei had a hot temper, which made it easy for him to conflict with Lu Xiaoshen. However, Fan Yuan's personality and style were completely different. He was a good old man who was as gentle as water. Such a person would not conflict with Lu Xiaoshen. Zheng Qi's poaching was successful, and Fan Yuan did not have a conflict with Lu Xiaoshen, but the two could not form a chemical reaction on the court. Under Lu Xiaoshen's brilliance, Fan Yuan performed mediocrely. On the contrary, Jian Guangqian, who was a member of the team's youth training at the time, was able to cooperate well with Lu Xiaoshen when he came on the bench. After a failed season, Fan Yuan left Zheng Qi and joined Shenhua, but immediately showed an extremely outstanding state. While taking the title of the King of Killers, he also became the top player of a traditional strong team like Shenhua. This is a very depressing thing. Obviously, the technical characteristics should be very compatible, the tactics arranged by the head coach are also fine, and the players on both sides have no knots, but when they cooperate on the court, they just don't perform well. This kind of thing is really too common. Shen Ruofei was able to quickly cooperate with Lu Xiaoshen, which is indeed a very surprising thing. And Han Yimin, on the other hand, is also quite compatible with Tin He as a whole. His character attributes are excellent, and he has strong frontal attack capabilities. Tin He's first team really lacks such a frontal attacker. Qian Zixin is good at support, and Yu Gang is used to attacking from the side rather than sprinting from the front. This is also related to Tin He's main tactics. They may not need such an attacker. However, Han Yiming is different. He moves quickly, can attack from the front, and can also attack from the side. He is a flexible attacker, and his tactics complement each other. Anyone with a vision can see that if such a guy has higher attributes and more experience, he can bring about a qualitative change to Tin He. However, although Tin He still performed very well in this game, they still failed to stop Zheng Qi from getting the opportunity to participate in the East Asian Cup. The two sides attacked each other throughout the game, and the score kept rising. No one could completely leave the other side behind. Unfortunately, in the last 5 minutes, Lu Xiaoshen broke through and opened a gap. Shen Ruofei burst out with his excellent offensive ability. On the basis of Lu Xiaoshen's sacrifice, he took away 3 Tin He main players including Li Qing's and Li Kaiang in one breath, and scored the most crucial goal for Zheng Qi. The 2 arrows of Zheng Qi showed their full value at the most critical moment. 5-4, in a tragic offensive battle, Zheng Qi defeated Tin He and won the first championship of this season. It also made them the only team with a chance to hit the 5-time champion this season. Chapter 384. Satisfaction. It is easy to see how difficult it is to win the 5-time champion. The first game of the new season will determine which team is eligible to win the 5-time champion. If you lose the first game, you will not have any chance. After winning this game, you are only eligible to win the 5-time champion. The Intercontinental Cup is a knockout game, and you may die if you take a nap. The World Cup does have a group stage, but it is only 3 rounds of group stage, and then there are 2 knockout games, as well as League and Cup games. The China Cup is also a single knockout game. With such a strict schedule, it is no wonder that the five-time champion has not been produced after so many years of history. In the past professional football arena, Grand Slam teams, Triple Crown teams and even six-time champion teams were not uncommon. In the current football era, hundreds of years have passed, and the World Cup has been established for more than 60 years, but no five-time champion has been produced. It is indeed too demanding. After winning this game, I think we can congratulate Zheng Qi in advance for winning the 5 championships. Zheng Qi is indeed very strong this year, but you also have to be careful. In the league, we will still fight with you to the end, and in the East Asian Cup and the World Cup, if you lose, then just wait and see us win the 5 championships. At the post-match press conference, Li Qing said this, which immediately caused an uproar, although Li Qing still expressed his determination to never give up the League Cup, but congratulating the opponent in advance for winning the 5 championships, has Li Qing's lost confidence. We will never lose confidence, but we must also face the reality. The reality is that Zheng Qi is indeed the strongest now. We have been sniping them for a year, but this year, Zheng Qi has become stronger. Such a Zheng Qi has reason to win the 5 championships. As a professional player, I will not give up easily. However, as a player of the football era, if there is such a team that can win the 5 championships this year, it must be Zheng Qi, not any other team. Li Qing's explanation was recognized by some people, but in fact, many people knew that Li Qing's words certainly gave Zheng Qi the highest evaluation, but in fact, Li Qing's, this guy, wants to put us on the fire. Lu Xiaoshan said to Wen Xiang and others in private. He said this because he knows that it will be more difficult for Tin He to cause us trouble in the Cup and League after losing the Super Cup. However, his words will arouse the whole league's hatred of the enemy. No one wants us to win the 5-time championship. Even if we can't get such an honor, we won't let other teams get it easily. Just wait, in this year's League and Cup competition, all other teams, whether it is Tin He, Southern Shanhua, Qishanfu Tianlong, Corningxiu, will not let us go easily. No matter whether they are determined to win the championship or the strong teams in the middle, they will try their best to show their best state and fight with us in the game. But we won't be afraid of this, right? Shen Rufei said coldly. Yes, that's right, Rufei, before you came to Zheng Qi, we had encountered this situation before. My idea at the time was that to win 5 championships, we had to go through the most severe test, otherwise, we would not be worthy at the glory of 5 championships. Unfortunately, we were tricked by Tin He that time and lost the league championship. We only won 4 championships. This time, we can't be negligent again. This is a great achievement. We have to put in an equally great performance to show our level. Lu Xiaoshan's word thoroughly inspired the fighting spirit of all the players in Zheng Qi. Maybe Li Qing's had a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. He did see that the internal situation of Zheng Qi was not so stable. However, at this moment, Zheng Qi was a whole, because they had a great goal and could work together. Under such a premise, personal gains and losses would no longer be the first priority, and the team could also play their best role. This is why Li Qing said that. After failing to stop Zheng Qi from winning the Super Cup, Li Qing knew that it would be difficult for other teams to stop Zheng Qi, and using such a statement to mobilize the fighting spirit of other teams is just the last thing Li Qing can do. The end of the Super Cup means that this year's 3-level competition in China has officially kicked off. Amateur League, First League, Super League, Zheng Qi and his team certainly won't pay attention to other competitions now. They are playing in the First League now, so they only need to pay attention to the First League. How does a joke go? The 24 teams in the First League are actually divided into 2 types, those who strive for promotion and those who strive for relegation. Although there are 24 teams, only 4 were relegated and only 3 were promoted, but the strength of the A-level teams is still relatively close. Because of the status of the A-level teams, they cannot introduce too many outstanding players. The ones who were in the A-level are basically the veterans who were eliminated in the Super League, or the newcomers who can't find a place in the Super Team. Even those who were old enough to play are generally newcomers like that. They have played in the A-level teams for a long time, but they haven't made much progress and can only stay in the A-level teams. These people's operation level may not be very bad. Maybe they are better than many Super League players because of their experience. But because of bad luck and no good characters, they can only hang around in the A-level. After all, experience and operation can be accumulated over time, but character attributes can only rely on luck. If you are lucky, you can get 1 or 2 attribute points by brushing a copy. If you're unlucky, you can't get any extra attribute points after decades in the mid zone. This is of course very unfair, but this is football, this is life. This is why Fifen has become a thorn in the eyes of many A-level players since the moment they became a Class A team. This shabby team has only 12 people with professional level operation level, but 18 of them have God level accounts. God is too unfair, right? What kind of world is this? Of course, they can't vent their anger on God, but they can vent it on Fifen's players. In the first round of the Class A League, Fifen played against Hongguang at home. Hongguang is also a veteran team in that Class A League, but their history is relatively unremarkable. In the past 20 years, they have not been relegated or promoted to the Super League. They can be regarded as a team with no ambition. However, even such a team can't stand Fifen. There is no other reason, just jealous of these people having such a strong character. Your character is strong, but you are very weak now. If we don't kill you now, why wait for you to come to us in the second half of the season to settle accounts? Besides, according to the schedule, we have played both league games with you at the beginning of the second half of the season, so we are not afraid of you looking for revenge. If we can easily get 6 points from you, then maybe this year we can also think about impacting the Super League. The reality that Fifen did not win any of the dozen warm-up games before the start of the new season also gave them enough courage. Fifen did show the level of a Class A team in the Yamato competition last year, and even better than the Class A team in some places, but this year they are worse than last year, and lack experience. It is a good time to deal with them. Although it is the opponent's away game, it is a home and away game in the football era, so what's the problem? The biggest advantage of the home game is that you can choose the map, but with Fifen's experience, can you make good use of this advantage? They don't have this ability, right? Although their current head coach is Zhu Shan, who is also very famous in the Class A League, Zhu Shan is a coach who is famous for his attention to details. Fifen is really unable to handle the current state of uneven player levels. Winning this game will give this year's league a good start, and maybe it will be a good start for promotion. What happened before the game made them feel more confident. There were more than 3 million spectators who bought tickets for this game, of which more than 2 million were Hongguang fans. Although Hongguang has always been a mid-level team in the A-level arena, they have a group of loyal fans over the years. Even after Changping was relegated, it was able to retain more than 1 million loyal fans, not to mention Hongguang, which has always been in the A-level. In their own home stadium, there are only a few 100,000 fans. Such a club is really easier to deal with. Although the number of people outside the sealed competition venue has no effect, they can see the data of the audience outside the stadium. If the number of fans of both sides is too different, the strong contrast in the stadium alone is enough to make the players on the lacking side have problems with their mentality. You have to know that for the players in the first-class league, their income is not very high. After all, they can't get enough endorsements. The motivation for them to play in the first-class league, in addition to the possibility of being favored by super teams, is the support of the audience. This kind of strong support and admiration or love can bring great satisfaction. In today's world where no one has to worry about food and drink, such satisfaction is enough to give all players enough motivation. But if the support rate is too low, the impact on morale is indeed very huge. Facing such opponents, of course they must be defeated. Maybe Fifen will be very outstanding in the future and have a great future, but that is in the future, not now. Being able to give them a heavy blow at this time can bring more satisfaction to Hongguang's players. Chapter 385 Impossible. When the map of this game appeared in front of everyone, the players of Hongguang were stunned at first, and then they couldn't help laughing. Changping. As mentioned before, the maps of professional games can be selected from 20 maps every season, but these maps are always simple and complex. The maps used in the first-class league are the same as those used in the Super League, but generally speaking, the first-class teams are used to using simpler maps. The map of the Battle of Changping is one of the most complex maps in all professional games. Mountains, dense forests, plus the soldiers of the Qin and Zhao armies that refresh at any time, these randomly refreshed NPCs and the rain of arrows that refresh everywhere can have a great impact on the outcome of the game. Such a complex map, even the teams in the Super League will rarely choose it, and only a few famous tactical masters will occasionally choose such a map, because there are too many emergencies in the map of Changping. Even if you are experienced, you can't react well in the first time. This is naturally not a good thing for everyone. And the more you play on such a map, the more you can take advantage of the probability. But this is just a probability. It's a matter of luck, and no one can say for sure. With Fifen's pitiful experience, do they want to use such a map to gain the upper hand? Or do they just bet on luck? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this is their only way. They have no experience and the players' levels are uneven. If they don't bet on luck, what else can they bet on? Thinking of this, the players of Hongguan felt a little sorry for each other, but they are so pitiful, so let's be more cruel. Hongguan's captain Liu Bo said very wretchedly. For most players in the first-class league, they can't pursue much, and having fun in the game has become a key to their persistence in the game. People who are neither up nor down, to put it bluntly, are the kind of players who are full and bored. Now is not the environment in the past where people have to work hard to survive. Everyone can have enough food and clothing. The income of first-class players is not much better than that of ordinary people. If they don't have some fun, how can they live? But Liu Bo never felt wretched. He thought that he was teaching these newcomers a lesson, letting them know that the professional world has always been so despicable and ruthless. The game started. Although they had not played the Battle of Changping many times, as professional players, Liu Bo and his team had trained quite a lot, so he led his men and did not rush to the center of the battlefield. Instead, he waved his hand and divided his troops into 3 groups to surround the 2 sides. Changping has a complex terrain, surrounded by mountains on all sides. There is a basin in the center, and there are countless tents in the basin that block the view. The mountains are also full of dense jungles. The sight of both sides will be seriously blocked. In such a situation, the attacking side will have some advantages. Often 1 or 2 goals are nothing, and a large number of goals are the main theme of such a game. Hongguan was the first to kick off, so Liu Bo decided to fully play the advantage of the terrain and take a goal first. We encountered the opponent on the left, and it seems that there is only 1 person. We also encountered the opponent on the right. I only saw 1 person, but there were messy sounds in the jungle behind him, so there should be a lot of people. Listening to the news from both sides, Liu Bo muttered in his heart. He stood on the front peak and could see that there were many ups and downs in the tents under the valley, indicating that someone was moving there. When the game just started, the Qin and Zhao armies did not refresh so quickly. These NPCs only appeared in large numbers in the middle and at the end of the game. The closer it got to the end of the game, the greater the probability of their appearance and the more people appeared. So if you want to score a goal, you have to seize the moment. There seemed to be quite a few people on the right and the center, which meant that the opponent focused most of their attention on these 2 sides. There was only 1 person on the left. Even if they could report the news in time, they couldn't react in time. At this time, the head coach also made the same arrangement. He didn't hesitate anymore and began to sprint forward quickly, preparing to entangle the opponent's large force in the valley. The left side was originally the focus of Hongguan's attack. The football and 4 players were there. Only 3 players were arranged in the middle and the right side. Now if they could entangle the opponent, then the situation would be very good. At that moment, Liu Bo took 2 teammates to actively look for the opponent in the camp. There were 3 of them in total. Even if the opponent had 4 or 5 people, it should be no problem to entangle the opponent in a short time. But after he sprinted forward for a distance and kept using skills to attract the opponent's attention, he found that no one came up to trouble him. Instead, the fluctuations of the tents in front began to become more and more violent. "Be careful, they might want to take us away in one go," Liu Bo shouted cautiously. Although he thought the opponent was not very good, Liu Bo also knew that the opponent's attributes were very strong. If 4 or 5 people joined forces, it would not be uncommon for him to be taken away by the opponent in one go if he was not careful. However, he was cautious for a full minute, and no one came to trouble them. What's going on? Just when Liu Bo was puzzled, the screams of his teammates on the left came from the team channel. Fuck, there are so many of them, Liu Bo shuddered all over, and he immediately knew that his team was probably fooled. The coach's instructions quickly came from the team channel. Retrieve quickly, retrieve directly to the front of the door. Liu Bo and his teammates were ready to run back, but a burst of arrogant laughter immediately rang in his ears. "Oh, you offended me and you still want to run away? Hongguan loser, take this." With such a full-bodied roar and the yellow card warning that appeared in time, Niaoiwa appeared behind Liu Bo and others, and threw along planned ashes and smoke. Li Rui also threw a big move, and he rushed over quickly, and then got entangled with Liu Bo and others. 2 against 3, it's not a big problem, at least it's no problem to entangle the opponent for a short time. The 3 Hongguan players who wanted to retreat on the right were attacked in a similar way, but it was Zheng Qi who attacked there, and it was Wang Yuanfen who entangled them. As for the previous Hongguan army, they were beaten up by Zheng Qi and others who had been ambushed. Zheng Qi rushed into the opponent's formation first, disrupting the opponent from the inside, and then Fu Lei, Qing Chuan and others rushed up and solved the opponent very quickly. It is indeed very simple to dare to lead the opponent by relying on the advantage of at least 100 points in attributes. The 4 players of Hongguan were called a large group, but in fact, their level was similar to that of the other 2 groups. They were first lured into the encirclement by Fu Lady, and then their collective formation was disrupted by Zheng Qi. Together with the other 5 Fifan players who had taken advantage, they immediately killed all of them and even took away the ball. The Fifan players who took the ball did not waste any time. They began to move forward quickly along the middle. Liu Bo and others were entangled and could only watch them quickly pass through the midfield. The whole forward rush took less than 10 seconds. Before the players who died of Hongguan returned to the field, they had already pressed forward and then broke through the gate of Hongguan, 1-0. Less than 2 minutes after the start of the game, Fifan scored a goal, even when the opponent kicked off first. Even if this map is prone to big scores, it is a rare thing to score so quickly. Damn, we were actually tricked by them, Liu Bo said angrily. Although he usually believes in the saying trick others is not tricky, being tricked means you are stupid, that was after all when he tricked others every time. Now that he was tricked, of course he would not think so. We made a mistake just now. We shouldn't have divided our troops. They are very strong individually. We will attack from the middle and play to our overall advantage, Liu Bo said. Okay, attack upright and show them the level of the A-level team, the Hongguan players said confidently. 5 minutes later. Damn it, is it so strong against them as a whole? The Hongguan players who were beaten up said in disbelief. How is it possible? There must be a problem. They must have cheated. Liu Bo's emotions were more excited than his teammates. Now it was the teammates' turn to look at him speechlessly. How could they say such a word as cheating? Boss, please don't blame others like that, okay? During this attack, Fifan did not play any conspiracy or tricks, but stood guard in front of the goal together, and only sent out 3 players to explore. When he saw Hongguan's large army of 10 people rushing over, leader Rui, who was exploring from the front, immediately turned around and ran, running faster than a rabbit, which made Liu Bo and the others regret that they could not leave any of the other party behind. But they did not feel any fear of this time. After all, they were now in the initiative. However, when they killed in front of the opponent's goal, 10-10, Fifan took the advantage of being high above, and then in the head-on confrontation, they immediately defeated Hongguan's formation. Hongguan's overall situation is not bad, with all kinds of players, including auxiliary, defensive, large-scale attack, side roaming, and frontal impact, and they cooperated with each other very well. In theory, facing opponents of the same level, even if they're at a disadvantage in terms of terrain, they can still fight. But Fifan's number 10 performed better than they thought. In the head-on confrontation, leader Rui and Wang Yuanfeng harassed their formation from both sides, and then Zheng Qi attacked head-on, rushing to their auxiliary corps in one breath. When Hongguan's formation was a little loose, he attacked with all his strength and defeated Hongguan's entire formation. After 5 players of Hongguan were sent off the field, their defeat was inevitable. Although Liu Bo gave the footballer skill before he died, allowing the football to refresh, they quickly lost the initiative. In the following time, Fifan, who was scattered and searching, took 3 minutes to find that football first, and Hongguan could only be forced to welcome their attack. Chapter 386 Conspiracy. When facing Fifan's attack, Hongguan had not lost their fighting spirit. After all, they were now in a favorable position. As the saying goes, when you were on a high ground, you will be unstoppable. We lost just now because of the favorable position, not because of anything else. With such confidence, they began to attack from a high position. After all, in such an environment, they should have more experience. However, as soon as they fought, Hongguan was beaten to pieces by Fifan again. How is this possible? When Liu Bo was sent off the court, he looked incredulous. In his opinion, the configurations of both sides were similar, and there was no problem with their performance. They also had the advantage of the favorable position. How could they easily cut through the defense line and defeat their team? Their personal abilities and attribute advantages, I estimate that each of their physical fitness values is at least 500 points higher than ours. These people are too bullying, the coach said helplessly. Liu Bo was shocked. They haven't made any substitutions yet. Zheng Qi, Zheng Xu, Su Jin, Niao, leader Rui, Wang Yuanfeng, Fu Lady, Qing Chuan, Lin Fei, and Zheng Qi, these are their 10 attackers. The coach continued helplessly. They haven't made any substitutions yet. Do they want to die of exhaustion? Liu Bo was even more surprised. Substitutions are very important in the football era. Except for a few core players who may not need to be rotated, others must be rotated constantly to keep their energy on the field and in good condition. If they continue to play, no one can support it. You know, even Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's will often rotate in ordinary games. Only in the most important games, when they need to be on the field all the time, will they stay on the field all the time. Otherwise, it will be a burden for everyone. This is not without tragic examples. Before the rise of Meng Fifan and Chen Fen, there was once an extremely outstanding player with extraordinary energy. He played almost every game and was known as the Iron Man. However, this Iron Man did not end well. He only played for 5 seasons before his brain had problems due to extreme overdraft of energy. He recovered after a long period of recuperation. Since then, no player dared to play every game. After all, although the football-era game does not consume physical energy, it requires full concentration of energy. Different skills can lead to different effects when hitting different parts of the body. Ordinary players do not have such problems. They can just play casually without spending too much energy. The human brain has always been the most complicated part of medicine. Even if medicine is prosperous now, human life expectancy has been greatly improved, and many terminal illnesses are no longer terminal illnesses. Living over 100 years has become a basic phenomenon. However, the research on the human brain and human medicine have not changed much compared to 100 years ago. Such rotation should be done from the beginning of the game. How to achieve a balance between rotation and performance is also a manifestation of a team's experience. What does it mean that Fifan has not rotated yet? Maybe they can't rotate. After all, they can only play with a dozen players, and they can't rotate. Now they are insisting, and we need to insist too. When they start to rotate, it's time for us to catch up with the score. The coach said to Liu Bo firmly. Although they are 2 goals behind now, it seems that Fifan has placed his bets at the beginning, using the excellent state of their players to score more goals, but they can't support it for too long. According to this frequency of games, in the second half, most of them will have to rest for a while. At the time, it will be Hongguang's chance. Now Hongguang's coach has no intention of looking down on Fifan. Indeed, Fifan has many problems now. The bench is weak, and lacks experience, but their advantages will not disappear. They have a group of strong and outstanding players. These players will not be much worse than some god-level players just by relying on their attributes and operations. Such players are often like tigers among sheep in the first-class league. There are not one player like Fifan, but several, and there are nearly 10 other players with the level of the Super League. Even if such players are less experienced, they rely on their strong personal strength to crush the past, and they are guys that many Class A teams cannot stop. So in fact, Fifan's shortcoming is that the bench is not thick enough. Their intention to use a map like Chanping is already obvious. Although the environment of Chanping is complex, there is a big premise that will not change, that is, it is relatively calm at the beginning. After 30 minutes of the game, more emergencies begin to occur, and the more they appear, use the main force to persist for 30 minutes, and then rely on substitutes to entangle with us when there are many emergencies. Hongguang's coach thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more right he felt, and he notified Liu Bo, who was already on the field. Try to delay time as much as possible, and don't have too many direct conflicts with them. After listening to the coach's words, although Liu Bo didn't quite understand, he also began to execute it. He began to advance slowly with the whole team, disperse the team, and then hit a football. Others surrounded them from all directions and harassed them everywhere. Seeing Hongguang adopt such a tactic, Zhu Shang couldn't help laughing. They found out very quickly. Coach, the other side is not stupid either. Our intention is a little too obvious. Yuan Kong said, a little depressed off the court. Yes, but even if they find out our intention, it's nothing great. We didn't play any conspiracy. This is just an open conspiracy. After Zhu Shan answered, he immediately replaced 5 people. Su Jing went off the court, Zheng Qi went off the court, Li Gerui went off the court, Qing Chuan went off the court, and Fu Lei went off the court. The 5 main players were replaced for rest, and the 5 substitutes, Zheng Yi, Yuan Yu, Yu Zi, Zhou Fen, and Lin Qinghe, were replaced. Their operation level is a little worse, but their role attributes are very strong. In the case of pure defensor, it is no problem to be a meat shield in front. Seeing Fifan quickly replaced, the head coach of Hongguang was stunned at first, and then immediately reacted. Such harassment will not work. They wanted to kill time in the early stage by harassing, but such harassment would not consume too much energy for Fifan's main players. If they were just defending, they would not need to concentrate too much attention, just observe. What really consumed was the concentration in the fierce confrontation, which could make the player's energy consume rapidly. Thinking of this, Hongwan's head coach wanted to give himself a slap. This was basic common sense, and he actually ignored it. But now the opponent has changed players, that's just right. Fifen now has 5 substitutes on the court, so if they force the attack, the effect should be better than before. Launch a strong attack. Hongwan's coach quickly changed the tactics. Although they were a little puzzled by the coach's changes, they still launched a fierce offensive. Only 9 people should go up, and the remaining 1 will protect the football. Hongwan's coach added. 2 minutes later, he regretted it again. Qi and his team might be easily dragged down by the opponent in the back and forth impact, but this kind of standing position defender can avoid their general operational weaknesses and play to their strong attributes. How shameless, Hongwan's head coach sighed in his heart, but to be fair, if it was him, he would do the same. Qi and his team's operation level is a little worse, but not so bad that they can't do anything. They are also good players among ordinary players, and there is a huge gap between them and professional players. However, they can do almost the same as professional players in terms of standing defense and output. Rotate when defending, use the main force when attacking, this will make the next game troublesome. Hongwan attacked fiercely for a while, but failed to break through the opponent's defensa. Although Fifen used rotation, at least half of the outstanding players stayed on the court. Their good players were not enough to rotate for the whole game, but they could still do it with appropriate rotation. After resisting Hongwan's attack, Fifen gradually carried out small rotations, and then launched a counter-attack when the good players occupied most of the number on the court. The timing of this counter-attack was just right, fully demonstrating Zhu Shan's tactical grasp. Hongwan's attack was defeated again, but they did not lose the ball. In the process of defeat, they began to protect the ball and retreat. Fifen began to divide his troops to pursue. After the 2 sides entangled in the midfield for a while, suddenly, a rain of arrows fell from the sky. The random mechanism of the Battle of Changping has been activated since then. This rain of arrows covered all the battlefield of both sides, and almost all the players of both sides were within the attack range. This is a key to the random mechanism of the Battle of Changping. The appearance is random, but the point of attack must be the battlefield with the largest number of people on both sides. Hongwan's players reacted quickly. They began to dodge and act blood to themselves, avoiding the most serious damage, and trying to reduce only a part of their physical value without residual blood. This is about experience. However, Fifen's players reacted faster than them. At the moment when the rain of arrows appeared, they seemed to have been prepared for a long time. Sujin raised his hand and used a teleportation skill to teleport himself on Zheng Qi, Nioliwa and the other 3 with slower movement speed backwards, while the others fled in all directions, as if they were electrocuted. Such a quick reaction also allowed them to almost completely avoid the rain of arrows. Although it was impossible to avoid it completely, the damage they received was much less than that of Hongwan. They originally had an advantage in attributes, and they were not at a disadvantage in the previous entanglement. Now they began to gain the upper hand. They launched an attack before the effect of the rain of arrows completely wore off. The Hongwan players who had not yet recovered from the rain of arrows were extremely frustrated and killed by Fifen's fierce attack. Nioliwa and Zheng Qi's large-scale skill attacks played a huge role in such a situation. Originally, the positions of the Hongwan players were relatively scattered, but because they were hiding from some of the players, they squeezed together. After 2 skills were hit, half of the Hongwan players were gone. Chapter 387. First victory. It's the 3rd goal. Fifen had already taken a 3-goal lead in the 31st minute of the first half. This is really surprising. On the map of the Battle of Changping, it is normal to have a big score, but such a one-sided score is a bit abnormal. Fifen's performance was too good, and Hongwan was obviously not well prepared. Their performance was also surprising, but it was a surprise that made the fans dissatisfied. Hongwan's fans were really dissatisfied. They occupied most of the stands in the away game. More than 2 million people seemed much more impressive than Fifen's less than 1 million spectators, but their team's performance was inversely proportional to their efforts. The score of 0-3 on the field made them extremely dissatisfied. It was not enough to be behind in the score. As a mid-level team, Hongwan's performance has not been very good. Not to mention away games, even at home, they are often beaten to a pulp by other teams. However, Hongwan can still have so many people like them because this team is extremely wretched from top to bottom, and often digs holes for the opponent to jump into. Even if sometimes others win in the end, they can trap their opponents a few times in the game, which is enough to satisfy the audience. After all, the audience who likes the A-level teams often don't pursue results so much, but have more pursuits in entertainment. The teams in the A-level teams that don't have great ambitions all have such characteristics, and Hongguang is one of them. However, let's not talk about the score behind in this game. Up to now, none of the picks they dug have been stepped into by Fifan, but they have been constantly dug by the opponent. Even the random rain of arrows was eaten by Hongguang, and the opponent didn't get any. How can this be tolerated? So, at the end of the first half, they tried their best to express their dissatisfaction with boos, and such boos would be heard by the players on the field. Hongguang's fans hope that they can learn from their shame and show a better level in the second half. However, at this time, Hongguang's players can't care about this, because they are already in great confusion and disbelief at this moment. How is this possible? They can even predict the rain of arrows. No way. How much experience does this require? Are they still the new team? In addition to the rain of arrows that made them lose the third goal, they encountered 4 waves of rain of arrows in the following fights on the field. However, except for one time, in the other 3 times, Fifan's players were the first to notice the arrival of the rain of arrows and then ran away. Then, while Hongguang's players were avoiding the rain of arrows, they launched a wave of annihilation battles, which were repeatedly effective. If these encounters had not been in front of Hongguang's goal, they would definitely be behind by more than 3 goals now. It's not because of their experience, but because they are very familiar with this map, much more familiar with it than us. Hongguang's head coach made a correct judgment, and he made this judgment very painfully, because it means that in this game, Hongguang may really have no way out. How can they be more familiar with it than us? After all, we have played this map several times. We played it 3 times last year and twice the year before. How did they get to know the map so well? Liu Bo asked in disbelief. You have to know that the game map cannot be trained in other places in the mythology zone, including the arena. The environment in the game will not be completely simulated, but there will be similar terrain. How can Fifan get familiar with the map? It can only show that their tactical department is of a very high level. Hongguang's head coach sighed. Through various materials and game videos, most of the specific situations were simulated and inferred in the training room, and then targeted training was carried out. Otherwise, there is no other explanation. If that's the case, we don't have much chance. Liu Bo is also experienced, so he naturally understood it as soon as he heard it. Although I still don't quite believe it, there is only one explanation. At the same time, there was laughter in Fifan's locker room. Zheng Qi, your brothers are really amazing. They can even deduce this. Su Jin praised Zheng Qi. It's also because they collected enough information before. They basically collected all the details of all the game maps after they appeared in the game. With the inference, they can simulate 80% of the reality. Our training on this map was not in vain. Zheng Qi replied. Yes, that's it. So next, we have to win this game. Let's have a good start. Zheng Qi said, waving his fist. His shout immediately attracted the response of others. Although the main players played more in the first half and were destined to rest more in the second half, with enough advantages and more familiarity and understanding of the random events on the map, even if more substitutes were used, they could still win this game. In fact, it was true. More than 2 million Hongguang spectators were very happy to see Hongguang gain the upper hand in the second half. They attacked from all positions, constantly using various small traps to make the inexperienced Fifan players suffer losses. At the same time, they were always able to win most of the confrontations in no head-on confrontation and defense, although this was because Fifan had a large number of substitutes on the field. However, although they were happy, their team was not able to win the game. In the back-and-forth entanglement, Fifan's substitutes took turns to sacrifice like moths to a flame, including Sui King and Wai Jiangshan, who played for more than 10 minutes. Lu Li also went up, but she was unlucky to step into the opponent's trap and was instantly sent out of the competition venue by a group of wretched Hongguang players. Under such circumstances, Hongguang only relied on a lucky chance in the second half to score a goal to save face. Fifan played at home and defeated Hongguang 3-1, winning the first victory in the first-class league. You're really abnormal. You can come up with such a method. Hongguang's head coach and Zhu Shan are familiar with each other. After the game, he wiped his sweat and said to Zhu Shan, there is no other way. There is only one team. If I don't use this tactic, what other tactics can I use? Zhu Shan shrugged his shoulders and replied. The other party nodded in understanding. Indeed, only in such a complex environment can Zhu Shan's characteristics of sticking to tactical details be maximized and his role on the sidelines can be better reflected. If it were not for such a map, the main lineup of Fifen would not be afraid of direct confrontation and impact, but once it was rotated, it would be very likely to form a rout. Unlike in this game, even if Fifen's substitutes encountered Hongguang's players alone, they could rely on Zhu Shan's extremely meticulous command and the cover of the terrain to deal with the opponent. If it were not for this, Hongguang would not have played so hard in the second half, and would not have scored only one goal from Fifen when they had all the advantages. When we wait until our home court, you'll have a hard time, Hongguang's head coach said meaningfully. At the time, maybe our lineup has been running. Besides, what if we lose to you in the away game? Anyway, we won at home, Zhu Shan replied. The head coach of Hongguang almost vomited blood. Zhu Shan has always been an honest man. Why did he answer so cunningly this time? What a terrible change! Fifen's players began to accept the cheers of the audience in the stands. The depressed Hongguang fans left the field. They didn't even have the mood to trouble Fifen's fans, they hit several times more people than Fifen's fans. Even if they won, what would it matter? The PK after the game is often for venting, not for violence. If they really want to use the number to bully the minority and destroy the Fifen fans, they will become the laughing stock of the whole league. The Fifen fans cheered happily to the field. Now the Fifen fans are relatively simple. They are all Fifen's diehards. They will come to watch the Fifen games and will not be shaken by anything else. 700,000 or 800,000 diehard fans, this number is not large, but basically they are players who joined the Fifen Guild in Districts 108 and 109. It is also a great thing that a club that has been established for just over a year has hundreds of thousands of diehard fans. For a club of Zheng Qi's level, although the number of fans watching the game will reach tens of millions, the real diehard fans are only a few million. After all, not everyone who plays football will become a diehard fan of a certain team. They are more like following the trend to watch the game. They like whoever plays well and has good results. The fact that Zheng Qi can have so many fans and audiences has a lot to do with their unparalleled top results in recent years, which can attract the most neutral audiences. These audiences are the largest group of players in football era. You can say that they follow that trend, but it can't stop them from liking the best team. This is how the world is, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. It is basically enough for Fifen to have hundreds of thousands of die-hard fans now. When the performance is good in the future, more and more audiences will like them. There is an old saying that clouds follow dragons and winds follow tigers. If you become a dragon or a tiger, there will naturally be winds and clouds gathering. If you are just a small reptile, no one will gather around you. So whether it is Zheng Qi or other players at Fifen, they don't care too much about the current situation of not having enough fans. As long as they become stronger, there will definitely be people who like them. If your performance is not good and your level is not high, why would anyone like you? Even if you see that those top teams have so many fans and can get more than 100 million in ticket sales for a game, you can only envy and hate them. After a game, I only got more than 1 million, which is not much different from the amateur competition. Zheng Qi sighed and said to Su Jing. We have already taken advantage. Didn't you see that Hongguang lost to us? Didn't their fans have to share part of the tickets they paid for with us? Su Jing replied with a smile. Zheng Qi laughed. Si estás escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significa lo descarga and y subir en cines fuertes invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 388. Taking an unconventional path. After winning the first round of the league, Fifen took a good position in the level rankings, 4th place, a very decent ranking. The first place is the local tier and team Hongyuan. This team failed to win the super competition last year. They are about to become a joke, but no one dares to ignore their strength. This round, they beat their opponents by 4 goals. The second place is the most popular team in the level league, Yeguang. This team can always come up with some tricks, so their income is quite high, but the overall strength is a little worse, and they always miss the upgrade. The third place is Fifen's acquaintance, Haitian. They performed well in the first round this year and defeated their opponents by 3 goals. Behind Fifen are a large number of traditional strong teams in the A-level league, such as Lihuaoxao Hezan. It is indeed a bit surprising that Fifen can be ranked in this position. The new army Fifen has achieved good results. They defeated Hongguang in the first round. Many people are optimistic about the future of this team. After all, with their level of training newcomers, they will have a strong team in the second half of the season. If they can get a decent ranking in the first half of the season, the second half of the season will be their sprint time. This new army, which was only established last year, has many peculiarities. The A-level league has been a bit stagnant in recent years. It depends on whether this team can stir up a big enough storm. After winning the first round, the media began to pay more attention to this team. Many media who knew Fifen were optimistic about them, while other media felt that Fifen might not be as good as their current ranking. They took advantage of the home court in this game. The next game would be their real test. Whether optimistic or pessimistic, Fifen's current attention is indeed much greater, and many neutral audiences have developed a certain interest in Fifen. The most direct consequence was that when the second round of the league began, Fifen challenged Jinping, a team that was also promoted, away from home. In addition to Jinping's more than 1 million fans and Fifen's own hundreds of thousands of fans, this game also attracted more than 1 million fans, all of whom were neutral fans. It must be said that neutral fans and followers are the main audience of football era, but those who came to follow that trend were destined to be disappointed with this game. Fifen, who played away from home, completely lost the prestige of playing at home. Their tactics also began to become normal, with constant rotation to keep the players full of energy. In such a normal tactic, the defect of their poor bench depth was also exposed. Jinping carefully adopted the tactic of trying to entangle with Fifen when Fifen's main players were on the court, and attacking hard when Fifen's substitutes were on the court. Such tactics can be said to have hit Fifen's Achilles heel. Their main players were excellent, but they had no good way to deal with the opponents who were determined to entangle with them. The substitutes could not withstand the opponent's fierce attack. Therefore, although Fifen still showed their strong attack ability in the game and scored 2 goals, the back line was constantly open, and finally lost to Mekin with a score of 2-4. After 2 rounds of league games, Fifen had 1 win and 1 loss. They won the traditional mid-level team Hongguang at home, and lost to Jinping, which was also a promoted team and was not outstanding in strength, away. This strong contrast made people feel a little overwhelmed. After all, in theory, there was a gap in the strength of the opponents they faced, but they lost to the weak team and won the strong team in a very abnormal way. People can't help but sigh that these guys just don't follow the ordinary path. See? This is actually our real strength. Although Jinping is not very strong, there is no problem with their overall strength. This time they've recruited several good players and have no problem with experience. This kind of team represents the average line in the A-level league, and we cannot defeat such opponents under normal circumstances, because the games in the football era rely on the whole, not just a set of main lineups. What we lack now is the whole. Zhu Shan said to all the players of Fifen after the game. From this point of view, it can be seen that the strategy we formulated before is correct. At this stage, we can only use the advantage of the home court to grab as many points as possible, and focus on training the team and adapting to the game away from home. We will definitely have a hard time away from home, but under such difficult circumstances, it is the best time to train us. Unlike last year, we don't have to worry about losing the future if we lose a game. Let go of all psychological problems and concentrate on playing the game, because our sprint moment is in the second half of the season. Yes, the coach is right. We are not as good as they should be right now, but if we really want to fight them on the road, we have a chance. The key is not to feel burdened and think that professional players are so great. Look, I am still an amateur player. Have I ever been afraid of them? Zheng Qi jumped out to help. Others booed Zheng Qi with contempt. How dare you say you are an amateur player? The character attributes of the first in the league are not as high as those of Shen Ruofei, who is now in the limelight. His operating ability has long surpassed that of ordinary professional players. Do you still pretend to be an amateur in front of us? However, they also know that Zheng Qi's words are actually well-intentioned. After all, we can't just say that our overall poor performance is due to the weak substitutes. When the second half of the season starts and the strong reinforcements return, we will defeat those opponents. Although this is the truth, it doesn't sound good when said out loud. The 8 people including Xin were indeed just there to make up the numbers, especially Lu Li, Wu Jiang Shan and Sui Qingfen. The other 5 people's character attributes at least exceeded 800 points, so they could hold on for a while at critical moments. The attribute points of the 3 of them were just over 700 points, and their operations were mediocre. If it weren't for the difficulty in arranging a contract with a random good player, and they were all shareholders of the club, and it would be more appropriate to pull them over to hold on for a while, then finding a few capable players in the guild might be more useful than them. At that moment, Wu Jiang Shan smiled generously. Xiaoxin, don't think about us. Our level is really not good enough, but as long as we can play, we can still contribute. Big brother Zheng Qi, I don't mean to look down on you. Anyway, you just need to perform well after you are on the court. As long as we can win a few more home games and sprint in the second half of the season, we can still play in the playoffs even if we are 9th. The pressure in the A-League is much smaller than that in the Yamato League. Zheng Qi's words caused everyone to laugh. This may seem a bit exaggerated, but to some extent, it is true. The pressure in the Yamato League is that losing a game can basically mean losing the whole year. The A-League is really much worse. If you're really capable, you can directly compete for the championship and the only direct spot to win to the Super Arena. If your performance is not good enough, you can still strive to win to the top 9 and then rely on the cruel knockout rounds to fight for 2 spots. The hope of a quarter is not a very slim hope. Of course, if you are fighting for relegation, it is not too stressful. 4 of the 24 teams will be relegated, which is 1 in 6. You just need to rank higher than the 4 teams. Every year there are lucky ones, and every year there are unlucky ones. At least the extraordinary players think that they will not fall to the point of relegation. It just depends on how high they can climb. The playoffs are all single elimination games, and the top-ranked teams will have home advantage, that is, the right to play the map. This advantage is quite huge, so even if you can't win the championship, it is also very beneficial to strive for the top 3, which means that you have the right to choose the map when facing any opponent. However, after seeing that Extraordinary lost this game, the media was not very optimistic about their prospects. In the first round, they defeated Hongguang, and the home advantage played a big role, but can such a home advantage be maintained for a long time? Among the 20 maps, only 6 or 7 are complex. The home map selected in this round cannot be selected again within 4 rounds. In other words, if FIFN wants to continue to maintain its home advantage, it must have the ability to win at least 4 such complex maps. And in fact, 4 maps are not enough. If there are only 4 maps, then the order of their map selection cannot be changed. In this way, the suddenness of the map selection will be gone, and the opponent can use this to complete targeted arrangements. As for their ability to play more complex maps, are they really that good? Then this team is a bit scary. Of course, this is unlikely. Is it impossible? Zhu Shan sneered. With the perfect training room built by the tactical department, these players who were extraordinary in complex maps have been constantly rehearsing and training during the pre-season training camp. Otherwise, why did they lose in friendly matches? It is because they are only training these complex maps, and have not practiced any tactics on other maps. Naturally, they are a mess when they go on the court and are easily defeated. This was also that case when they lost to Jinping away this time. All their energy was spent on defending their home court. This was the unconventional way of playing that Zhu Shan came up with. Since they were seriously attacking the opponent, no matter how good he was at paying attention to details, no matter how hard FIFN's players tried, they would not be able to quickly accumulate experience. In the process of accumulating experience, FIFN might continue to lose games, which would deal a fatal blow to the player's mentality. Although Zhu Shan believed that FIFN and his gang were very calm, they were young after all. If they were always hit like this, there would definitely be big problems. Now, even if it was just a ridiculous home victory, it would allow their minds to become purer. The most important thing was that it would allow FIFN to continue to score points so that they would not be left too far behind by the teams in the top few places. Chapter 389 gradually realized it has to be said that although Zhu Shan and Meng Fan are completely different in every aspect, they are similar in some aspects. They will come up with some abnormal ways to solve some of the problems they are facing now. A new team, no matter what the reason, if it loses games one after another in the first division, then no matter what changes they will make next, no matter how confident their players are, it is inevitable that the performance of the entire team will decline much more than expected. It is okay if the performance declines alone. After all, the schedule of the first division is not so harsh. According to FIFN's plan, it will also launch an attack in the second half of the season. However, if a new team fails continuously at the beginning and loses popularity, then the problem will be big. It is easy to lose popularity, but it is difficult to gather it again. In this case, it has to be said that putting the breakthrough point in the home game is a pretty good choice. Even if the home team is a dragon and the away team is a worm, it is a selling point. Even if FIFN is very abnormal and wins all home games and loses all away games, it is a particularly awesome selling point. Even if this team seems very abnormal, there are people who like abnormalities. Such a grand strategic goal was not something Zhu Shan could formulate. In fact, after this period of training and discussions with housekeeper making reality, such a plan was made. While trying to keep the results from being too far behind, it was also possible to create some gimmicks to keep FIFA in the sight of more viewers. The audience is always curious, and the media is always curious. If FIFA continues like this, there will probably be many people who want to see how long FIFA can maintain the state of being a dragon at home and a worm away. In fact, this is the case. In the third round of the game, FIFA returned to the home court, and then they showed the map they were going to use for this game before the game started. Waka now. The sky full of flames and chaotic troops also made the situation on this map quite complicated. It is indeed one of the maps on par with Changping. On such a map, FIFA performed quite well. Their opponent AOXAL was also a veteran team in the league. They had won both games in the first 2 rounds and had a pretty good record. However, they suffered a heavy blow at FIFA's home court. Taking advantage of their familiarity with the terrain, FIFA scored goals in succession. Then, when the situation on the field became more and more complicated, they began to use delaying tactics, preventing the opponent from showing their true strength. AOXAL's loss was extremely frustrating and unfair. After the game, they all wanted to be like their team name, howling to the sky with great enthusiasm. However, in the 4th round, when they challenged Zheng Qi, which had only successfully avoided relegation last season, FIFA again lost 1-2 without any temper. They played lifeless throughout the game. Although they only lost 1 goal in the end, that goal was scored by Zheng Qi's personal ability. Before that, they had already lost 2 goals. With 2 wins and 2 losses in 4 games, FIFA ranked 10th, which is a mid-level position. Obviously, while they scored points at home, they also gave the opponent 3 points away from home. Such performance is not what a team that wants to hit the top should do. In order to get a ranking, in addition to winning the game, they also have to try their best to prevent the opponent from scoring points. FIFA's practice of getting 3 points and giving away 3 points is often not very advantageous. Of course, if other teams have more draws, their practice of getting 3 points at home can be very advantageous. However, this is not the style that a strong team should have in the final analysis, but FIFA has thought very clearly, we're indeed not a strong team now, we can get 3 points if we can, and it's okay as long as we don't lose the home court. Their performance has indeed attracted the attention of many people, because after 4 rounds, the teams with good results and the teams with average results have almost been highlighted. Although the situation in the level league is more complicated and the advantages between each other are not that great, the teams with good form and overall outstanding performance will have a higher winning rate, which is actually not very different from home and away. Home and away are nothing more than map selection advantages, but for the A-level teams, they are often not very adaptable to those particularly complex maps, so they are more familiar with ordinary maps. In this regard, the home and away advantages are not very useful for them. They have all played many A-level games, and those simple maps are too familiar to everyone. No matter how you choose, it's just like that. As for those complex maps, you have to make sure you don't get confused first, so FIFA's performance immediately highlights his unique characteristics. Theoretically, this is also a kind of cheating, but this is not cheating in the rules. It is purely bullying that most A-level teams have no ambitions and just want to survive in the A-level league. Therefore, they are more familiar with ordinary maps and don't understand complex maps. FIFA has such a tactical department that can simulate the most complex maps to 80% of the effect. This advantage alone is enough for them to have a huge advantage at home. This is the first time that a team has played the home advantage so thoroughly in the A-level league. And there is another benefit to doing this, which is to prepare for the Super League. This is where the Super League teams are different from the A-League teams. The competition in the Super League does not seem cruel, with only 3 relegated teams. However, if you do not work hard, you will not be relegated. Even if you are not relegated, you will not be able to attract so much attention without some skills. The Super League is a big, fat cake, but you must have the ability to get your own piece of this cake. If you do not delve into complex maps, you will either not be able to use the map to deal with strong enemies, or be used by opponents weaker than you to deal with you. Either way, it is not a good thing. Therefore, the teams in the Super League will basically study those complex maps, using both simple and complex ones, so that they can show comprehensiveness. Although their tactical department does not have such a perverted database as Fengking was a backing, they still collect a lot. In this case, their familiarity with complex maps is not comparable to that of the A-League teams. So in this case, FIFA is actually preparing for the Super League career in advance. If this was spread out, others might laugh to death, but they were actually doing it. Even if it seemed hopeless, they had to make every effort. Our strategy went very smoothly. We got 6 points in these 4 rounds. There are 30 rounds in the first half of the season, and we had 15 home games. Isn't this enough to get 45 points? Little brother Zheng Qi, what was the highest score of the top 9 in the past few years to squeeze in? Zheng Qi rolled his eyes. This guy used to call him Brother Guang, but after knowing that he was young, he started calling him Little Brother Zheng Qi. He even asked him all kinds of math problems. He didn't know the answer to such a simple question. However, he still gave a quick answer. Last year's 9th place got 65 points, the year before last got 67 points, and the year before last got 68 points. In other words, we have to get at least 70 points to be safe. Ah, that's a lot of pressure. How many points does it mean to win all 23 home games? Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi. 69 points. Zheng Qi rolled his eyes. Well, it seems that if we win all the home games, we can really catch the last train to the playoffs. Zheng Qi laughed. The game is not such a simple addition and subtraction. In the past, all teams had a lot of draws, and the points were reduced a lot. After a draw, the two sides only have 2 points in total, and 2 draws are 4 points. If there is 1 win and 1 loss, the two sides will have 6 points in total. You have to take this factor into account. Zheng Qi replied somewhat weakly. Hehe, okay, anyway, we will start the sprint in the second half of the season, and let's play like this for now. Zheng Qi answered irresponsibly. The extraordinary players sighed collectively. How come we have such a funny captain? But Zheng Qi is funny. Everyone knows his importance to this team. He is not only the captain on the field, but also plays such a role when the team lacks attackers. In fact, he does a good job. Although he does not tear open the opponent's defense head-on, he still has his own flexible and mobile style. However, when he needs to break the formation, he will force his way in. Although the hero cards he brings are no longer the kind of flexible offensive heroes, and many powerful heroes who break the formation have been added, it has not affected his performance on the field. This is also that thing that makes Zhu Shan feel most gratified. Putting Zheng Qi in a position where he is not the best, he can still do his best, at least the best in the team now, which is not an easy thing. His performance also makes Fifan, whose lineup is naturally flawed, no longer have such flaws. In the 5th round of the league, facing a midstream team at home, Fifan once again used a complex map, but was stubbornly resisted by the opponent in the game. At the critical moment, it was Zheng Qi's head-on impact that beautifully tore open the opponent's defense and helped Fifan score a crucial goal. After losing the ball, the opponent had to press forward and attack. Fifan began to use their flexible tactics, using the terrain to constantly snipe at the opponent, and then defeated the opponent's main force in one fell swoop, scoring a goal to expand the score. 2-0, Fifan won a 3rd consecutive home victory almost without bloodshed, and also made their ranking move forward a big step. Fifan's coquettish and magical performance at home began to attract more attention from others, and at the same time, the attendance rate of Fifan's home court began to gradually increase. Many neutral fans did, as Zheng Qi and others thought, and began to have a lot of interest in this home team that won all the games. Their increase in numbers offset the loss of the visiting fans who did not want to see their team fail, so that Fifan's ticket revenue remained on a safe line. Fifan's prospects seemed quite good. Chapter 390. Pretty good. A match was being played on the hologram. In the hologram, Zheng Qi, wearing legendary equipment, flew up and used 4 or 5 skills with extremely fast cooldowns in the air accurately, hitting 3 opponents in succession. These skills also included the effect of knocking back the opponent, which immediately opened a gap in the opponent's formation. Then, the extraordinary players rushed in, concentrated on killing the opponent's auxiliary corps, and then surrounded the center and scattered the opponent's large forces, and finally continued to chase until they broke through the opponent's gate. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoshan stopped playing the holographic scene and turned to Shen Ruofei and asked, "Why does your friend look more and more like you?" "Because the team needs it. Fifan doesn't have such a break now, only he has this ability." Shen Ruofei nodded. "When I knew him before, he could do everything. He was best at taking advantage of loopholes, but apart from that, whether it was a frontal attack like me, or the assistance and involvement of several other people, he could do it well. So, he is still a genius." Wen Xiaobang next to him couldn't help laughing. Shen Ruofei didn't laugh, but thought about it seriously, and then nodded. "Maybe, this guy is really a genius." Then he added, "But I would never say this to him even if I die." Lu Xiaoshan and Wen Xiaobang laughed at the same time. Although they were not very old, they were also veterans in their 20s. Naturally, their mentality was more mature. In addition, Lu Xiaoshan and Wen Xiang had a position in the league, so they could be more generous. Therefore, Lu Xiaoshan never concealed his admiration for Li Qing's in public. He also knew that Wen Xiang would not misunderstand him. Wen Xiang always admitted that Li Qing's was indeed better than himself as a tactical core, but in Chengfen, no one can do better than me. However, this did not affect their understanding of Shen Ruofei's meaning. He and Zheng Qi were good friends, but even good friends could be opponents. It was too common for them to be both enemies and friends. Well, if Fifan continues to play like this, it may be a big problem for him to win the championship, but it won't be too difficult to get the chance to play in the playoffs. Maybe we will meet them next year. Lu Xiaoshan said. That's also next year's matter. Wen Xiang smiled. Yes, this year is the only year to focus on. Our goal this year is to win 5 championships. Now there are 4 left. We must first establish an advantage in the league and cup. Lu Xiaoshan said. Don't we already have an advantage? Shen Ruofei said confidently. Indeed, the schedule of the Super League is more relaxed than that of the A-League. The A-League has played 5 rounds, while the Super League has only played 3 rounds. However, in these 3 rounds, Chengfen has won 3 consecutive victories. Only Southland can compare with them, and this is when Chengfen's opponents have used all their strength to deal with them. However, Qinhe seems to be still in labor pains. Compared with the beginning of last season, they have 4 more newcomers. Although Han Yiming and others have excellent talents, there is one thing that no one can ignore. For newcomers, the biggest problem is experience, not other things. Moreover, Han Yiming is not an ordinary young player who can be used as a fill-in. He can make up for a very important link in Qinhe's overall tactics. To train such a player, you have to pay a price in performance. It is normal to have fluctuations in the beginning. Last year, Shen Ruofei performed so well that he was hailed as the best newcomer in 10 years. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's did not perform very well in the first season. They gradually established their status as top players later. Didn't they also have great fluctuations and unstable states in the beginning? This is the price that must be paid. And such a price is enough for Chengfen to establish a huge advantage. Although Chengfen has only played 3 rounds in the league, it can be clearly seen that they're strong. If you don't want to pin your hopes on foreign teams, then sniping Chengfen will only have the cup competition. The participating teams of the China Cup are all the teams in the 2-level league. The first round of the knockout rounds will be drawn by the 24 first-class teams and the 16 super teams with the lowest rankings to play a single knockout match. The 20 qualified teams plus the remaining 4 super teams will be divided into 8 groups. Each group will play a round-robin match with 3 teams. The top 2 teams will advance to the top 16. Then it will be the knockout rounds. There are relatively few games in total, and the competition system is also quite cruel. After all cup competitions have such a feature, that is, the competition system is cruel. Only the best and strongest teams are qualified to win the final cup. In this process, if there is a slight mistake, they will be eliminated. The difficulty of all cup competitions is also one of the reasons why it is quite difficult to win the 5-time champion. Although there are relatively few games in the China Cup, you have to play at least 6 games to win the championship. In this process, except for the 2 group matches that may be a little easier, the knockout rounds are very cruel. The reason why it is different from the past domestic football cups, where even amateur teams can participate, is that the professional teams of the football era do not actually need extra games to train players. As long as they are members of the first team, they will always have the opportunity to play. The 23 players will basically rotate in every game, so there is no need to use a large number of cups to train the team. In this case, instead of increasing the time and number of cups to create a greater burden on the players, it is better to let them focus on the league. After all, the league is the foundation, and the league is also considered one of the most valuable championships. In fact, in the following games, Chengfen did show their unparalleled dominance and strength. First, they defeated Nanguo in a face-to-face contest, and then defeated their biggest opponent Qinhe. When Shenhua and other opponents also lost to them 1 by 1, they broke their own winning streak. After the start of the league, they won 15 consecutive games, and their arrogance was overwhelming and indomitable. During this process, not only Lu Xiaoshan performed well, but Shen Ruofei also performed brilliantly. In addition, veteran players such as Jiang Wenqian and Feng Tu performed well, and newcomers such as He Jingzhuozhen and Jiang Miran also performed well. This Chengfen team performed perfectly. Chengfen was very successful in the Super League. In Zheng Qi's opinion, FIFA was no worse than them. However, FIFA is indeed very successful in the A-League. It's not their ranking that is successful. FIFA is now ranked 11th, which is not bad for a new team, but it is far from successful. However, it is their results that are successful. The Super League has played 15 rounds so far, and the A-League has played 20 rounds. FIFA has played half of the games at home and half away, and their results are also quite eye-catching: 10 wins, 10 losses and 30 points, half wins and half losses. Just looking at this number, you can see how strange FIFA's performance is. However, if you look at their results carefully, you will know that all of their 10 wins were won at home, and all of their 10 losses were won away. When have you ever seen such an extreme situation where the home team is strong and the away team is weak? No. Experienced reporters and commentators roared at the same time. In the past, there were actually quite a few teams in the A-League that were strong at home but weak away from home, but not to this extent. Generally, a team with a home win rate of more than 70% and an away win rate of less than 40% could be considered a home win but weak away from home. But how could this happen? All home wins and all away losses. Moreover, the game has been played for 20 rounds, and they have already faced most of the opponents. On the away field, they have encountered some weaker teams in the A-League. According to their ranking, it should not be difficult to win some of them, but they lost the game cleanly. At home, they also encountered some strong teams, but they won all of them. Such a strong contrast makes people think that they are playing a fixed game. However, everyone who has watched the game knows that they really did not play a fixed game. They also worked hard on the away field. However, the reality of the lack of depth of the bench made them always have gaps that were seized by those opponents. Although those opponents were not ranked high on the standings, they were very experienced. It was impossible for them to miss such an obvious gap. As for why they didn't make up for such a gap, it can't be made up. The players' strength is insufficient and they need to rotate to play, so of course it will have a huge impact. On the other hand, at home, they can always use the map's advantages to win. So far, they have used all the 6 or 7 most difficult maps, and there is no pattern. Instead, they are very targeted. Any strong team will be dizzy when they come to their home court. Then they take the opportunity to score goals and win the game. The means are quite despicable. We are definitely not the most despicable team in that first-class league. FIFA is. Hongguang's captain Liu Bo said this in an interview. His words were agreed by many people, basically all the teams that played against FIFA in the first-class league. Such a strange team naturally received a lot of attention. There is no shortage of people who are curious about the future these days. Moreover, FIFA played very well at home and often dug holes for the opponents to fall into. This despicable and shameless method certainly made the fans of the opponents very angry, but it made the neutral fans very happy, and FIFA's luck in the cup competition was not bad. In the draw, they drew an opponent from the First Division League, and then a complicated map appeared in the random map selection. When the opponents saw this map, they all looked ashamed, while FIFA was extremely happy. After defeating the opponent, FIFA successfully entered the top 24 and qualified for the group stage. For a new army, such a result seems to be quite good. Chapter 391. Harvest of several months. After these few months of competition, FIFA has regained a lot of popularity. As their performance in the league stabilizes, the original camping members who were not very willing to watch FIFA's games have also gradually begun to watch FIFA's games. Although FIFA is now ranked only in the middle, the previous camping had this performance. Even in the years when they were competing in the Super League, they had to rely on the top 9 to play in the playoffs to get a chance. Now FIFA is ranked 11th, and the advantage from the relegation zone is quite large, which is no worse than camping's performance. In addition, after such a long time, the original camping members also know that camping's disappearance has become an established fact. Now FIFA's performance is good. At least, camping can still exist with FIFA in the form of a guild. As a result, the original camping fans began to gradually go to the scene to watch FIFA's games. With the addition of some curious fans, the number of people attending each game with FIFA, excluding the visiting fans, gradually recovered to around 2 million, which has become a relatively normal attendance rate for the first-class league. What made FIFA a little depressed was that because of FIFA's abnormal home win record, the number of visiting fans who would come to their home court to watch the game decreased greatly. But think about it, knowing that they would lose, they still had to go to the scene to watch how their team lost, and then they had to share the tickets with the other team. The visiting fans couldn't understand it. However, the number of people watching FIFA's live broadcasts was rising like a rocket. Perhaps many people felt that watching the game of such a perverted team on the spot made them look a little perverted, so it was better to hide at home and watch it secretly. The income from live broadcasts was also divided, but it was much lower than that from tickets. Tickets were 10 yuan each, and after deducting 30%, they could get 35%. However, live broadcasts would first deduct half of the live broadcast fee, and then deduct 30% of the league organizing committee's commission. The rest was divided equally among the participating teams. Therefore, the number of people watching live broadcasts was often much larger than the number of people watching on the scene, but in terms of revenue, it was still not as good as the number of people watching on the scene. What's more, the more people watching on the scene, the more fans this team has, and the higher its commercial value, which is not comparable to the income from live broadcasts. However, Zheng Qi and his team had no way to deal with this. This was not something they could easily control. They could only play one game at a time. After getting rid of this abnormal image of being a dragon at home and a worm at away, their popularity would naturally rise slowly. There were still 10 games left until the end of the first half of the season. If they could win all the remaining 5 home games, the goal of not being too far behind their opponents in the first half of the season would be close to being achieved. Zheng Qi was now ranked first in the league. This team had just been relegated last season. Although they were a relegated team, they did not lose too many main players. Such teams often had great advantages in the A-level league, and so did K. They were relegated before because they were only 1 point behind. Relying on their deep foundation, they topped the list with 15 wins, 2 draws, 3 losses, and 47 points, showing the momentum to win the championship in one go and return to the Super League. The second place is Hong Yuan. This rich team's performance every year is not bad, and this time is no exception. They have 2 more draws than Zheng Qi and are 4 points behind. The third and fourth place are 6 points less than them. The 2 other relegated teams can only be ranked 3rd and 4th, which is enough to prove how outstanding Hong Yuan's level is. Fifen ranks 11th with 30 points, but the 3 teams in front of them only have 1 more point than them, all 31 points. The third place's points are only 7 points higher than them. If they have better luck in the next game, they may not have much hope of winning the championship, but they are very likely to hit a suitable ranking. Of course, Zheng Qi, which is now ranked first, is already 17 points higher than them, which is difficult to catch up. In the previous game, Fifen challenged Zheng Qi away and lost quite badly. Uncle Ming seems to be in good condition. Zheng Qi said to Su Jing. Yes, it's better than what we did then. Su Jing replied with a smile. At the time, they were already very successful in District 108. With just a few people, they could be said to have built such a big situation with bare hands and established the current foundation of the Fifen Guild. 600,000 loyal fans are basically the main body of Fifen fans now. But this time, it seems to be smoother. But think about it, even if Zheng Qi and his team were successful at the time, they only managed to attract a lot of people. At the beginning, they relied on Zheng Qi to break the record to gain such high popularity. This approach is naturally not repeatable. After all, the record of the new district has reached a point beyond the limit. And this time, 600 professional players are all good players carefully selected from the Fifen Guild. For this reason, they have affected the performance at the Fifen Canton Guild in the mid-district. In addition, there are 10 professional players and a shrewd Ming fan who is good at commanding a large number of people. This is a dream combination in District 110. Unlike Zheng Qi at the time, Zheng Qi, Su Jing, Li Gerui, Shen Ruofei and others were gradually combined together at the time, and there was a process of running in. At the same time, there was no superior subordinate relationship between them, just cooperation. At the time, Steward Meng did not command them much, as if he was letting them go, so the efficiency was naturally not that high. If it were not for Zheng Qi and Shen Ruofei's personal abilities being so outstanding, and if they had not grabbed a lot of record rewards plus dungeon rewards, their character attribute would not have been so high. Now, if there is a plan to do certain things, and Steward Meng's arrangements are arranged, everyone will seriously implement them, and the effect will naturally be better. Although it was impossible to gain publicity and additional attribute points by breaking records in the early days, under the planned leveling and pushing dungeons, they also quickly attracted a lot of newcomers. The most effective way is to form a group of several veterans to form a group of newcomers and help them pass the dungeon. Individual dungeons rely on themselves, team dungeons rely on collective strength, especially those 10-person dungeons. If there is no veteran to lead, the newcomers will really die as many times as they want. If a team has 2 or 3 veterans, the effect will be completely different. In a short time, these 600 professional players immediately attracted thousands of newcomers. At the same time, Zheng Qi and others who focused on leveling up were able to reach the level of establishing a guild at the fastest speed and took the lead in establishing their own guild in the new area. 10 professional level players naturally know how to level up quickly, but other clubs sent such players. The reason why Zheng Qi, Fei Qing and Yu Zhao can stand out is not only because they work hard, but also because of the influence and tactical support brought by the extraordinary tactical department. When to brush which wild monster is most efficient, how to brush the dungeon to complete it the fastest, how to distinguish the primary and secondary in personal dungeons and team dungeons, these details are not necessarily clear to many professional players, who just rely on instinct to do it, while the tactical department headed by Feng Qing took out a detailed plan and asked Zheng Qi and others to do it. Zheng Qi and others didn't care at first, which of them didn't mix in the new area, and the speed of leveling up was not slow, so is it worth following this plan? However, now they are completely convinced. When they collectively reach level 25, the fastest leveling player among other players only has experience of level 24.5. Half level of experience is a huge gap in the beginning. And being the first to establish a guild in a new area and to put up a signboard belonging to Fifan is also a very meaningful thing in itself. The first guild to be successfully established certainly has enough value. At least for many newcomers, they will subconsciously choose to join the first guild they see. Even if they have to hug a thigh, they have to hug the thickest one. Newcomers are not fools. And the first guild to be established looks very much like the thickest thigh. The reputation brought by Fifan's professional players who constantly held newcomers also fermented immediately. At first, it was not obvious, but when a large number of newcomers reached level 25 and could join the guild, the number of Fifan began to expand rapidly again. In the 108th district, the total number of Fifan guild was less than 1 million, and the number of Fifan guild in the 109th district was just over 1 million. According to the ratio of those promoted to the Myth district, the number of Fifan guild promoted from the new district is just over 1 million, which is almost 50%. Adding the members of Canton, the number of Fifan Canton guild is close to 3 million, which is a very mediocre number in the first-class club. And this time, in the 110th district, the number of Fifan guild has now exceeded 3 million, and is infinitely moving towards the number of 4 million. According to the 50% calculation, there are at least 1.5 million players who will be promoted to the Myth district. The number of Fifan Canton guild members will rush to the number of 5 million in one breath, which is a very impressive number. Now the attendance rate of Fifan's own club fans is close to 2 million per game. If these members go to watch Fifan's games in the future, then Fifan's attendance rate will also be among the best in the first-class league. Moreover, even those players with poor operation skills who cannot enter the Myth zone will also play a big role in the old zone. When they get tired of playing in the old zone, they will go to the new zone and become the backbone of the new zone's Fifan club. In fact, many clubs have a large number of such players, and they are the solid foundation of the club. It seems that they are also fighting fiercely for their attribute points. Now that it is the second half of the season, we have to be the best in everything. Zheng Qi waved his fist and said to Su Jing excitedly. Su Jing nodded. This is natural. So far, in the past few months, Fifan has not achieved very good results in the league. The most affected is the guild. A large number of core players have been lost, and there is no command from Bartolomeng. Zheng Qi and others have not gone to the guild to help because they are more focused on training. The guild has been miserable in the past few months. If it weren't for the good savings of Canton's guild, many members might have been lost. Hold on for a while, it will be much better. Chapter 392 God-level player. Although everyone in Fifan knows that if they want to achieve good results, they should put their hopes on the second half of the season, but they can't give up the performance in the first half of the season just because they put their hopes on the second half of the season. Fifan's performance is not particularly good now, but they are gradually making progress. The fifth bun is full, and it can't be said that the first 4 buns were eaten in vain. What's more, even if Zheng Qi and the other 10 people come, will Fifan be able to win all the games? No one is so naive. After Zheng Qi and the others joined, Fifan just had a complete lineup without any flaws. They also faced the problem of lack of experience. It is normal for the performance to fluctuate. Without paying the price of the game, how can the players grow up? We have to try our best to score points in the next game before Uncle Meng and the others come back, and even if we lose, we have to let them know how we lost. Do you understand? Our mission this season will be heavy. Entering the Super League is a very difficult task. However, no matter how difficult it is, we must work hard to defeat all opponents, so that we can accomplish a miracle. And don't forget, the sponsorship of 300 million yuan a year is still waiting for us. Zheng Qi began to boost the morale of the whole team, and the Fifen players laughed out loud. Just kidding, if they really enter the Super League, Fifen will definitely get more than just the sponsorship of 300 million yuan, as well as the favor from businesses for all the players. And you have to know that any team that can enter the Super League is basically rich, and every player will get a sponsorship contract from a business. After all, after entering the Super League, the attendance rate of each game is guaranteed. Basically, the current Super League teams have their own traffic of nearly tens of millions of viewers. Even if the new teams don't have that many fans, they have to play against the old teams in every game, so of course they have to sponsor their players. And of course, the price will not be too high at the beginning, but the sponsorship fee of each player is floating. The better the effect, the higher the sponsorship fee. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qingx can get the highest sponsorship income because they are the most focused players. The statistics of big data will clearly show that there will be no players with poor performance getting more lucrative sponsorship contracts, while players with good performance will not get them. As long as you have the ability and a high appearance rate, your income will rise like crazy. Correspondingly, if the results are good, the club's income will also rise a lot. The club and the players are in a cooperative relationship, and it is also a win-win relationship. Therefore, the most capable players are in the Super Arena. Many first-class teams will also introduce many Super League players to enhance their strength after upgrading, because if they don't do this, they can easily leave and then return to the first-class arena. Fifen is of course not worried about this. Their level is excellent. What they lack is experience. If Zheng Qi and others return now, form a team and throw out directly to the Super Arena, there may be a possibility of relegation. However, after a year of training in the first-class league, they are fully capable of gaining a foothold in the Super Arena. These players of Fifen are all at the professional level. They can't gain a foothold in their own team because their roles are not strong enough, or their characteristics are not suitable, and there are players who are more suitable than them. This is not because they have any problems, but the club's requirements are higher. And they did not choose to go to a certain first-class team to make a living, but decisively joined Fifen, because they saw Fifen's potential and could help them build a strong account. With the passage of time and the improvement of tacit understanding, Fifen is much better than many teams that seem to be strong teams in the first-class league now. Because they are ambitious, their goals are higher. If they were just an ordinary promoted team, the current result would be enough for them to rest assured. After all, the 4 teams in the relegation zone are miserable now, 2 with 14 points and 2 with 16 points, and the 20th place has 19 points. They can't get out of the relegation zone for the time being. Fifen is at an extremely safer distance from the relegation zone. After 20 rounds, Fifen has already met most of the teams. Among the remaining 3 opponents, one is Youquang, the most dazzling team in that first-class league, an ordinary team, and the other is Hongyuan, which is now ranked second. The match against Youquang is an away game, while the matches against the ordinary team and Hongyuan are both home games. The match against Hongyuan is the last game of the first round. This is a very dull schedule, but many people have begun to look forward to the last round. Can Hongyuan break Fifen's undefeated home record at Fifen's home court? Of course, there is still some time before the game starts, and the media cannot start to hype it up. After all, Fifen still has several games to play before, in the 21st round, Fifen, who was at home, beat the ordinary team to pieces. Ordinary teams can't get any good at Fifen's home court now, which also makes bookmakers feel very annoyed, because now more and more lottery players follow that trend to bet on Fifen's home win and away loss. As long as they can bet, they can win money. This forces bookmakers to specially adjust the odds for Fifen's games, which also brings them extra word pressure. Thinking back to the fact that Fifen's boss Zheng Qi had swept away 1 billion yuan from them last season, even though bookmakers were not allowed to act on impulse when doing business, they could not help but get more and more angry at Fifen. Of course, they would not bother Fifen for such a trivial matter. Bookmakers today were not as powerful as they were in the past. In the next away game against Youquang, Fifen lost the game without any temper. Youquang kept fighting with Fifen while dividing his forces, and then defeated Fifen's substitutes, giving Fifen the 11th consecutive away game defeat. 11 consecutive away games and 11 consecutive home games were both unprecedented records in the A-level league, and all of them happened to Fifen alone. It was very difficult not to attract attention. After this round of the league ended, the league was temporarily suspended, and the first round of the cup group stage was held next. Fifan was not very lucky this time, and was divided into a group with two super teams, including a strong team like Corny and a mid-level team like Thunder. It was really difficult for a level team to perform well under such circumstances. Sure enough, in the first round against Kangming, Fifan also lost the game very quickly. The map was not very complicated, and Kangming's female players showed their power. Although they felt embarrassed because they were sniped by Fifan's main players, after Fifan started to make substitutions, Kangming, led by vice-captain and Lily and newcomer Yan Min, beat Fifan's substitutes so badly that they could not take care of themselves. In theory, it is normal for a Class A team to lose to a super team. However, after this round of games, when the media asked Fifan's next opponent Hong Yuan what they thought of the next league game, Hong Yuan showed extremely strong disdain. What can we say about a team that was beaten like that by a group of women named Kangming? They won all the home games only because they encountered some rubbish teams. Next, it's our turn to let them know that if you want to win all the home games, you must not let Hong Yuan be here. This statement not only offended Fifan, but also almost all the A-level teams, including Kangming from the super team. However, the style of the Hong Yuan team has always been like this, because they have a very rich boss, so they are never afraid of offending anyone. Moreover, Hong Yuan has once again invested heavily this year, recruiting 5 players from the Super League. They are not ordinary players who have grown old and come to the A-level arena to make a living, but famous players in their prime. The one who accepted the interview and blasted everyone for a while was their captain, Shi Yonfei, who was poached from the strong team Jinlong in the Super League this year. Shi Yonfei is not an ordinary player. He now has a title that is enough to prove his excellence. He is the only player with the title of God-level player among the 24 teams and 500 players in the entire level league. This is very scary. God-level players are not a title that can be obtained by self-proclaimed or self-proclaimed. Generally speaking, they need to have a God-level performance in the Super Arena, that is, they can show extremely outstanding strength in front of opponents of the same level, and at the same time have an account with at least 800 attributes. Such players can be considered God-level players. Zheng is known as the team with the most God-level players. However, after joining Shinryu, the truly recognized God-level players are nothing more than Lu Xiaoshan, Shinryu, Wen Xiang, Jiang Wenqian and Feng Tu. He Jing's attribute points are a little different. The remaining characters in the 8 are worse than God-level players in public opinion. Their performance is not convincing enough. If they were not in a championship team like Chainfen, they might not have such a status. Qinhe only has 3 players. The 5 tigers under Li Qing's are similar to the 8 Vehra. Some are better and some are worse. Li Kaiang and Jugang are considered to be God-level players who were overrated, while the others are a little worse. As for the teams in other Super Leagues, judging from the data and attributes, there are many God-level players, but there are only about 2 truly recognized God-level players per team. Many mid- and lower-level teams only have 1 God-level player. Shi Yonfei is such a person who is recognized as a God-level player. In the eyes of many people, his strength is not inferior to that of Jinlong captain Yaozi, but Yaozi is older than him. Then the question is, why would such an outstanding player condescend to join a Class A team? Isn't he afraid of wasting his time? You know, Shi Yonfei is only 25 years old this year, far from being old. Chapter 393. Straight male cancer. In fact, the reason is very simple. For any professional player, there are only a few aspects that prompt them to make a choice: treatment, status, or brain water. Shi Yonfei chose to join Hong Yuan after the end of last season, of course not only because Hong Yuan gave enough money, even if Hong Yuan is rich and powerful, and makes up for all of Shi Yonfei's advertising income in addition to salary, the reduced exposure rate in the first-class league is far from being compensated by those incomes. The real reason why Shi Yonfei chose to leave Jinlong is that he has more confidence in himself. He thinks he can be a core and top player in a strong team, but in Jinlong, Yaozi is pressing on him. Yaozi's level is not worse than his role attributes are not weaker than his experience is richer than his, and his popularity and status in the team are not comparable to him as a newcomer. More importantly, Yaozi is only 1 or 2 years older than him. If he is 4 or 5 years older, he can patiently wait for Yaozi to retire and take over naturally. However, now, there is no chance. Moreover, his hot temper also made him offend many people in the team. Yaozi was more peaceful and more popular than him. Jinlong was already the best team outside the top 5. Now the only teams that were qualified to compete for the championship were Chainfen, Tianhe, Henan, Shenhua, and Xinfen. Jinlong and Corning were slightly inferior and belonged to the backbone. Among such a backbone, Xi Yonfei felt that he might not be able to be the top player. So what about looking down? Being the boss or the top player in a team seemed to be a very boring and even childish thing. However, it was not the case. The top player meant the most people's likes and the highest exposure rate. With these, there would be enough favored from businesses. This could be clearly seen from the income. Yozi was the top player and captain at Jinlong. His annual commercial income was about 500 to 600 million. This was not as good as the two top players Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's, but it was also an income that most players could not even dream of. And what about Xi Yonfei? He is second only to Yozi, and even comparable to Yozi in many aspects. It is because he is not the top player that his income is half less. This is actually a very normal thing. The quarrels between teammates or partners in super clubs often come from this. Red flowers also need green leaves to set off, but if the green leaves feel that they have paid the same amount but received much less than red flowers, then there will naturally be all kinds of conflicts. In this regard, major clubs either have only one boss in the team, or the relationship between the two top players is very good and they don't care about it. These two types are also the characteristics of Changfeng and Tianhe, the two teams with the best performance in recent years. Tianhe has only one boss, Li Qing's, and Changfeng's Lu Xiaoxun and Wen Xiang are in a relationship and are about to become husband and wife, so of course they will not care about it. Of course, Changfeng now has Shen Ruofei, who has officially become a player who can compete with Lu Xiaoxun in strength and influence. If this aspect is not handled well, Changfeng may also fall into internal strife. The relationship between Xi Yonfei and Yozi is not very good. Yozi has a good temper, but he also has the authority of the captain. Xi Yonfei has a bad temper. In addition, Yozi does not have the strength to absolutely suppress him, so naturally there will be various conflicts. Last year, in the game against Changfeng, because of a coordination error, Xi Yonfei, who had long been resentful, attacked Yozi in the team, but because he did not get the support of others, he was at a disadvantage. The club immediately discovered such signs. Although they were also very troubled, they also clearly realized that only one of these two guys could stay now. The relationship has broken down, and it is futile to force it. And Xi Yonfei himself knows that he can't compete with Yozi, but maybe he can't be the top player in a core team like Jinlong Canning. What about the lower ones? It's just that those mid and lower level teams in the super teams, with a stable position, already have their own bosses, such as Bin Shikai and Good Thunder and Jupen of Jianman. He doesn't want to go to those teams fighting for relegation, because it's too embarrassing. At this time, Hong Yuan appeared in his sight. This team is a good choice. They have enough financial resources to make up for the financial losses of leaving the Super League at this stage. They also have enough ambition. From the time the behind-the-scenes boss took over to now, they have spent 4 or 5 years in the A-League, and are still spending money tirelessly. Their overall strength is not bad. They have dug up some players who can't gain a foothold in the Super League. If such a team has me joining, will it be difficult to win to the Super League? Of course, it is still very difficult to make such a decision. After all, it seems that no God-level player in his prime has made such a choice from a strong team in the Super League to an elite team. It takes courage to be the first person to try it. However, after discovering that there is no God-level player in his prime to go to the A-League, Xi Yonfei was a little excited. If you don't shock the world with your flirtation, you can move the world with your lewdness. Is it okay not to grab such a big gimmick? After talking with Hong Yuan promised to introduce at least 4 to 5 players of Super League level. If he could join, Hong Yuan's recruitment would be smoother. It was not until this time that Xi Yonfei made up his mind to join Hong Yuan. Just as he thought, when he announced that he would leave Jinlong and join Hong Yuan, the entire professional circle was really shocked. There were God-level players in their prime who followed the team to relegation and remained loyal, and there was really no example of actively joining a Class A team. In an interview, Xi Yonfei said that he was moved by Hong Yuan's excellent long-term planning and ambition. He would definitely lead Hong Yuan back to the Super League this season, and Hong Yuan would become a decisive force in the Super League. In addition, Hong Yuan continued to create results in the transfer market, and successively introduced 4 players who played for the Super League team last season. Although they were basically players from teams with lower rankings and their strength was not particularly outstanding, they were still much better than the average level of the Class A League. With a serious God-level player leading the team, and a group of players with good strength, such strength is indeed capable of reaching the Super League, and even achieving good results in the Super League. If they really reach the Super League, coupled with Hong Yuan's financial resources and attractiveness, many mid- and lower-level clubs will find it difficult to compete with them. Even if they cannot reach the middle level, they will not be much different. Being the boss in such a club will naturally have a better future. After understanding this, everyone will not be too surprised by Xiong Fei's choice. After all, although it is a bit difficult, it is also a very good choice. After the start of the A-level league, Hong Yuan's performance is also quite outstanding. In the beginning, they won consecutive victories. With Xiong Fei and several super-level players, they are indeed not comparable to many A-level teams. Moreover, Hong Yuan is not without foundation before. Although they have failed to reach the Super League for several consecutive years, they can still guarantee the top 3 or top 4 positions in the A-level league. With such precipitation, many teams will not resist them very fiercely when they meet them. Knowing that you can't win, it's hard to have the courage to fight. It's just that Hong Yuan's luck is really bad. They should have no opponents this season. Even if the relegated team is better than them overall, they can't fight against Xiong Fei, a god-level player. However, there is Chong Sao in the relegated team, and Chong Sao also has a recognized god-level player, Wei is an old player. He is 31 years old this year and has entered the twilight of the professional league. However, he has all the excellent qualities of an old player, silent, reliable, loyal, like an old ox. He is also the oldest god-level player in the league. Generally, god-level players are in their prime years. Even the older Bin Shikai has just reached the age of 30, but Wei is older than Bin Shikai. His name as a god-level player is earned through playing one game after another. He joined Chong Sao very early, and then he kept getting opportunities to play. When he debuted, he was just an ordinary player with more than 700 attribute points, and his luck was not particularly good, but he participated in a large number of games and boss competitions every year, accumulating attribute points bit by bit. Finally, when he was 28 years old, his character attribute broke through the 800-point mark. At the same time, relying on his calm performance in the league for more than 10 years, he became a veritable god-level player. He is also the pride of Chong Sao, a small team. After Chong Sao was relegated last year, Wei still chose to stay. Under his leadership, most of the players in Chong Sao also chose to stay. Such a team, even if it is an absolute underdog in the Super League, still has no problem dealing with Hong Yuan. Wei entangled Xiong Fei, and the other players of Chong Sao defeated Hong Yuan's defensor. Hong Yuan was defeated, while Chong Sao was advancing all the way and firmly occupied the first place in the league. The second place also has to play in the playoffs. This is something that Xiong Fei cannot accept, because he knows that the more playoffs there are, the more chances there will be, and he cannot afford to waste another year in the first-class league. So he was in a bad mood recently. So when he was interviewed, he directly criticized Fifan, because Fifan was their next opponent, and then he also criticized Can9 by the way, because he couldn't stand Can9's group of female players for a long time. Yes, he is a straight male cancer. But he is a very good straight male cancer. Chapter 394. Xiong Fei's desire. This kind of straight male cancer should be killed by everyone. My sisters in Corning have asked me to beat them to death. What do you think? Should we chop them into pieces or steam and braise them? Niaoiwa said with great momentum. It felt that if Xiong Fei was in front of him, Niaoiwa would eat him. Be civilized. Zheng Qi said, anyway, we're at home, and we are not afraid of anyone. Boss, don't talk about tactics. The coach will laugh when you talk about tactics. Coach, how do you think we should play this game? Zheng Qi turned to ask Zhu Shan. This game is not easy to play. Nearly 10 of them have more or less experience in the Super League, and on these complex maps, their familiarity is not comparable to those of the A-level players. This will be the most severe test we have encountered so far. Zhu Shan replied. Damn, do we have to admit defeat? Our undefeated record at home is our pride. Zheng Qi said in surprise. Of course not, what are you thinking, am I the kind of person? Zhu Shan asked back. Zheng Qi was speechless. When he first met Zhu Shan, he thought he was a very calm person, but now he found that he was also very frivolous. However, in a frivolous team like Fifan, if the head coach was really a very serious guy, it would be a bit out of place. If you want to gain an advantage in tactics, you have to analyze your opponent well. What are our opponents like? They are not bad overall, with a god-level player, 5 or 6 players of the Super League level, and the others are also of relatively outstanding level in the A-level league. In this year's A-level league, only Chong Sao can compare with them. This is also the reason why they can always occupy a great advantage. If we want to kill them, in addition to the map advantage, we must have a deep understanding of the opponent. Zhu Shan said slowly. The best player on the other side is Xiong Fei. This is beyond doubt. He can even be regarded as the first star in the current level league. Wei Yu is old and is a little worse than him, and the others are even worse. After hearing this, many Fifan players snorted at the same time, looking very unconvinced. To deal with Hong Yuan, we must first remove Xiong Fei from their lineup. Lady, this task is handed over to you. When he is on the court, you play, and when he is off the court to rest, you rest. This will be a very important task because it will be very tiring. Zhu Shan continued. No problem. Fu Lei nodded. He is an all-around player, and there is no problem with full-time defenser. The reason why Zhu Shan asked him to do this instead of others is mainly because he is the most suitable. Although Zheng Qi, Yuanfen and Li Guru all have this ability, their ability to break the formation and speed play an extremely important role in the game. Zhu Yi is now a qualified player and is also good at defenser, but it is still very difficult to fight against god-level players. Qing Chuan and others are not as strong as Fu Lei in overall strength, and Zheng Xu, Niao, Su Jing and others are even more biased in their subjects and cannot do this kind of work. Fu Lei can also reassure Zhu Shan. In addition to Xiong Fei, they have a few good players, but they basically play supporting roles in the Super League and have little impact. The key is to fully play our advantages on the map. Even if they are familiar, they will not be particularly familiar. It's nothing more than knowing more than the level team. Zhu Shan continued. But this Xiong Fei is so arrogant, he must be sure of something. Zheng Qi asked cautiously. He is a god-level player, and that's the biggest guarantee. He can break through our defenser with his personal level, and no god-level player has ever earned such a title by just relying on his own performance. He must be able to mobilize the strength of the entire team to deserve such a title. Otherwise, why do you think there are still so few god-level players in the Super League? There is an essential difference between god-level and pseudo-god level. Zhu Shan replied. So powerful, I think my fighting spirit has begun to burn. Zheng Qi said. Boss, don't steal my lines. Li Guru said depressedly. Brother Fan, if you need to rest, go off the court to rest. If you are not on the court, I will just go and entangle that guy. Zheng Qi turned to Fu Lei and said. This is not bad. After all, the opponent will be very flexible in changing players, and I may not be able to pay attention to every detail. Zhu Shan nodded. In short, I will try my best to adapt to the situation in the game, and everyone must also improve their full attention. This will be the most critical game for us to maintain our undefeated record at home. We haven't played a home game with Chongsao yet. Yuanfen asked in surprise. At the time, we were strong and powerful, so what were we afraid of Chongsao? Zheng Qi said. For Xiong Fei, he was in a bad mood that day, so he sprayed almost everyone in one breath. However, he did not regret this kind of thing. After all, it was not the first time that he offended many people. In the Super League, he had conflicts and knots with many god-level players from other clubs. He even had conflicts with Zheng, the boss of his own team. How could such a player be afraid of offending people? To say that there are actually quite a few such players in the league, after all, there are all kinds of people. However, after the big talk, Xiong Fei also clearly knew why he could still mix it up, not because of his good popularity, but because his level was good enough. As long as he can continue to win, then everyone will tolerate everything. He had offended Jinlong's fans by leaving Tianlong, but now, he has the support of Hong Yuan's fans. The number may be a little less, but he believes that as long as Hong Yuan enters the Super League, the development prospects must not be inferior to Tianlong. A small extraordinary, what right can stop him from moving forward? No matter what map or tactics they use, they will not be our opponent. As long as we are careful and listen to my reminders, we will not suffer too much on the map. Do you understand? Xiong Fei said to all his teammates before the game started. His teammates nodded one after another. Although Xiong Fei had offended many people and had a bad reputation, his strength was still beyond doubt. Such a player as a captain, at least his strength and command were trustworthy. The head coach did not say much. He was just an ordinary coach, not a famous coach. Xiong Fei's status and reputation were much greater than his. He only needed to check for omissions and give more reminders. It was indeed very important to have such a top player on the field. After all, no matter how excellent the coach's tactical ability was, it still needed to rely on the players on the field to complete it. It would take time for the coach to judge and then convey it to the players on the field. If the players on the field made their own judgments, it would naturally be much faster, and the players themselves would also notice some details that the coach might not be able to notice. This was Teen's advantage in the Super League before. After all, most of their command was done by Li Qing's on the field. Other clubs have such players, but no one can be as good as Li Qing's. This is their unique advantage. Is it okay? Xi Yonfei asked other Hong Yuan players. When he was in Tianlong, he played the role of a commander on the field. This is also a key reason why he was dissatisfied with his status not as good as Yorozi. In his opinion, players like him have their own system, but what about Yorozi? He has no tactical role at all. As a result, he is the top player and I am not the top player. This is totally unbearable. Now, I want to build my own system in Hong Yuan and build a team with my deep imprint. By then, my status will not be comparable to Yorozi. By then, I will also make Jinlong regret it very much because they missed a player who has proven his strength. Xi Yonfei seems to be simple and has a bad temper and is easy to offend people. In fact, he has a very clear understanding of his level. He knew that he could not compare with Li Qing's, and it was almost impossible in this life. As for Wen Xiang, he was confident that he could catch up, but even if he could reach Wen Xiang's status, what would it matter? He was only the second person in the club, and there was no difference from his current status. And he also knew that with his strength, it was actually unlikely to win the championship. Lu Xiaoxun and Li Qing's were only a few years older than him. With them around, he could not even think about challenging for the championship. When they were old, there would be newcomers, and he would be old by then. As for hugging thighs to win a championship, Xi Yonfei really didn't care much. This was the same as the idea of the god-level players in other teams. It is better to be the mouth of a chicken than the tail of an ox. In the past few decades, there have been no god-level players who would hug thighs and become younger brothers in pursuit of the championship. They would rather tangle with each other to the end, and not win the championship until retirement, rather than give up their status for the championship. Of course, there are economic reasons for this, but there is also that factor of their incomparable pride. Xi Yonfei is also proud. Since he couldn't win the championship, Xi Yonfei certainly had other pursuits. He wanted to establish a new team and leave his own name in the history of the club. This was what he wanted to pursue the most. When a goose passes by, it leaves its voice behind. When a person passes by, he leaves his name behind. This is very important. So after coming to Hong Yuan, he did a good job and was respected by others. Now when he asked this question, the players of Hong Yuan immediately responded. No problem. Well, I'll go and let everyone know that the reason why Fifan can win all the home games is because they didn't meet us. When they really meet a strong team, they will know how ridiculous the things they rely on will be. The Hong Yuan players, whose morale was completely inspired by Xi Yonfei's words, walked out of the locker room with their heads held high. Wait, Fifan, you are really good, but compared with the real strong teams, you are still far behind. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subieron sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 395 Confidence. Xi Yonfei really saw it that way. His vision was indeed not comparable to those opponents in the A-League. As a player who had fought hard in the Super League for 5 or 6 years and had earned a reputation as a god-level player, Xi Yonfei was not a person who had earned his reputation in vain. In order to obtain a better winning rate in the Super League, almost every team would take great pains to select maps at home. They would encounter those difficult maps in almost every game, but rarely encounter ordinary maps. This was the stark difference between Super League players and Elite players. So Xi Yonfei could naturally see that Fifan was indeed quite familiar with complex maps and could take great advantage at home, but such an advantage was also limited. Their overall weakness was still unresolved. It could be said that when their main players were on the field, they were completely two different teams when their substitutes were on the field. Would it be difficult to deal with such a team? Hong Yuan was not a team that belonged to only him. Even if Xi Yonfei was very proud, he knew clearly that having a group of good teammates around him was the key. The teammates who have the strength of the Super League are the core of this team. Xi Yonfei has the best relationship with them. Xi Yonfei treats other teammates with the strength of Class A players separately, as long as they don't drag their feet. Take turns to play, take turns to put pressure on them, chase them hard when you have an advantage, until you break their defense, and tangle with them when the advantage is not big. I think in this regard, no matter how good they are not as good as us in terms of adaptability. Xi Yonfei said at the end when he came on the court. Several super players around him nodded one after another. This is a very reasonable thing. In the final analysis, the game depends on the players. The performance of these core players is the barometer of Hong Yuan's overall performance. The extraordinary players are also ready to play at this moment. Their starting lineup is enough to make everyone envious except for the goalkeeper. There are 10 professional players with more than 800 attribute points. Even if this is taken to the Super League, it is a great thing. However, everyone knows that when Fifan replaces them as substitutes, it is a completely different scene. Except for 1 or 2 players with good strength, the others are just the best among amateur players. Any substitute lineup of the first-class team can beat them. Of course, Fifan's ability to maintain so many home wins is not a result that can be achieved casually. When they are at home, the main players play more time than when they are away. This is the key to their home wins. Xi Yonfei is also very clear about this. It depends on what map they use in this game. Xi Yonfei thought to himself. The suspense did not last too long, but soon appeared in front of everyone. Yilim. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, 700 miles of camps. A big fire, massacre everywhere. The Battle of Tuan Dream shattered, the last battle of Emperor Zhi's life, the battle that made Lu Xun famous. There were many battles that changed the situation during the Three Kingdoms period, and Yiling was the last one. And this map is also one of the most complicated game maps. The terrain is similar to the Battle of Changping, except that there is a river on the left side of the field, a mountain on the right side, and the center is full of Shu army camps, which can greatly block the line of sight. At the same time, it is relatively quiet in the first 30 minutes of the game. After 30 minutes, fires will gradually start everywhere, and the chaotic army will be randomly refreshed. The difficulty of the Link battle map is similar to that of other maps. No extra tricks. Xi Yonfei snorted. Let's go and teach them a lesson. The players from both sides entered the field. There are countless fans of both sides in the stands at this moment. Fifan now has a fixed number of more than 2 million people per game, and this is just the players who support them. In such a game against a strong team, there will always be more people than usual to participate in the game, and it will also attract many neutral fans. The fans of Hong Yuan have more confidence in their team. Xi Yonfei's high profile before the game also makes them have great interest in this game. Although talking about Fifan, the fans of Hong Yuan still look disdainful, thinking that this new army that has just entered the first-class league can do anything. They just know how to make some gimmicks, and their real strength is basically equal to nothing. However, they were still surprised by the record of winning all home games, and if their team could break this record, it would also be a kind of pride. They were very unhappy that their team was only ranked second now, but now the gap with the first place Chongsao is a bit big, and it is not something that can be caught up in 1 or 2 games. So before that, breaking Fifan's record of winning all home games is also a very pleasant thing for them. Since the beginning of this season, except for the big loss to Chongsao, Hong Yuan has not suffered any loss from any team, which also makes Hong Yuan's fans very interested in watching the game on site. Wow, it is said that the total number of people watching the game on site today exceeds 5 million. This time we are going to make a fortune. When he went on the court, Zheng Qi said to his teammates around him heartlessly. You are too obsessed with money now. Niaoyuan made a contemptuous gesture. There is no way, I have to support so many of you. Zheng Qi replied with a smile. Zheng Shu gave him a middle finger. Compared with the aggressive Hong Yuan, Fifan seemed to be not serious at all. However, such relaxation only lasted until the start of the game. When the game started, Fifan, who kicked off first, immediately launched an attack. After the game started, they immediately changed a player. Lin Fei, who was on the bench, came on the field and replaced the goalkeeper with Zheng Qi. They had the ball in their hands, so they were always very bold when they played. Seeing that Fifan's players adopted such an active tactic from the beginning, the fans who were used to Fifan's home victory immediately began to cheer loudly. The fans of Hong Yuan booed one after another, but they were also quite worried. Fifan's trick was tried and tested. They could change players when they were in control of the ball, but others might not dare to change players when defending. However, the next moment, the reaction of the Hong Yuan players immediately made them cheer. Hong Yuan also divided its troops into the camp, as if they didn't know what Fifan would do, but Xiongfei rushed to the front at a very fast speed, rushed to the highest main tent in the center at a very fast speed, and then quickly jumped a few vertical jumps and jumped above the tent. From a high place, you can naturally have a panoramic view. Although the tents were arranged in a staggered manner, and it was impossible to see far on the ground, when looking from the air, the width between the tents was still very large, and the opponent's movements could be clearly seen. With just a glance, Xiongfei found that Fifan was not moving forward with 10 people, but 11. They changed people after the opening, be careful. Xiongfei first reminded, and then quickly gave instructions. He called out the names of 4 people and asked them to follow him, and rushed to the right at the same time. At a glance, he could see that although the opponent was almost rushing in a line, there was actually a difference in the distance between them. The 4 people on the right and the 4 people in the middle were closer to each other and could provide sufficient support to each other. On the contrary, the 3 people on the left, who were smaller in number, were slower and were located farther back, so they obviously moved slower than the opponent. At such a distance, it was impossible to see who was who, but it would be a pity if such an obvious flaw was not seized. The 4 people he called out were all players transferred from the Super League, and they were considered the main players in the lineup. Concentrate your forces and kill a group of opponents first. If the football is on this side, it will be even better. Is it a trap? The coach reminded in the team channel. Even if it is a trap, it will be easy for us to get out with 3 people. Xiongfei said confidently. The coach thought about it and agreed. Xiongfei was right. The 5 of them were basically the essence of Hong Yuan, and the 3 of them could not have any conspiracy. Even if he disagreed, there was no other way, because Xiongfei had already started to act with his men. This was his authority. Xiongfei moved forward quickly, and the 4 teammates followed him closely, not just casually. Some were ready to intercept at any time, and some were ready to rush forward at any time, and the cooperation was quite good. This is also the reason why Xiongfei chose to take the 4 of them. The teammates with the strength of the first class are still a little worse in awareness and support, and Xiongfei doesn't like to play with them too much. Anyway, after being promoted to the super team, the team will definitely have a major change of blood. How can there be time to train these teammates? What's more, these people are not young anymore, and there is no potential to speak of. In this regard, Xiongfei is very cruel. Just like the cruel professional arena. The distance between the 2 sides was not far, and Xiongfei and his team moved faster. Xiongfei thought that they should run into each other soon. However, they did not see each other in the expected place. Keep going. Xiongfei made a quick judgment. Are they luring the enemy deep into the enemy? The coach thought for a while and said, if they really want to lure the enemy deep into the enemy, I will move forward 2 more tents. If I can't see anyone, I will outflank them from behind and cooperate with the teammates guarding the gate to destroy their large forces. Xiongfei sneered. He was not moving casually when he was moving just now. The distance he was at now was not far from the middle road, and with their moving speed, it would not take much time to turn around and outflank. The teammates guarding the gate of their own side could still do it in a few minutes. Xiongfei was very confident about this. They began to move forward, ready to turn over and leave at any time. However, the opponent did not let them wait for long. After rushing through the next tent, Xiongfei found that there was a person on the other side standing quietly in the open space, waiting for them. Filady turned over and hit his head. Chapter 396. This is the situation. There were originally 3 people, but now there is only 1 person left. Obviously, there is a problem. Let's go. There is only 1 person. It's meaningless to kill him. Xiongfei said in the team channel, and then he was ready to leave with his men. The other party might have set a trap for them. The 3 people pretended to lag behind to lure them over, and then the remaining people joined the main force at the same time, and then attacked Hong Yuan's defense line. This is a very simple tactic of avoiding the real and attacking the fake. It's just 1 person. Want to entangle us? Don't be kidding. Xiongfei didn't even have any interest in killing the other party. It's just 1 person. Even if he killed him, it would be meaningless. The teammates around him quickly prepared to turn around and leave, but the next moment, 2 figures jumped down from the top of the tents on both sides at the same time. Good. Xiongfei was not surprised but happy. This was the effect he wanted. Quickly kill 3 people on the other side and dampen their morale. The other side knew we were coming and dared to do this. They were really too confident, right? This approach has very low tactical content. After all, from a tactical point of view, doing this is completely meaningless. Until now, the gate of Hong Yuan has not been attacked. What's the point of coming up and entangled with us at this time? Hold them, you two come with me, kill one of them first. Xi Yongfei quickly divided his teammates into two groups. Two people stayed in place to hold the Fifan players rushing down from both sides, and then he and the remaining two rushed towards Fu Lei in front of him at the same time. Not to mention that there should be no traps. Even if there are traps, Xi Yongfei is also convinced that he can break through the opponent's encirclement. Come on, it would be great if more people came. With the strength of the five of us, we can hold out for a while even if we face the siege of 10 of you. Just as he rushed up, new news came from the team channel. The other Fifans appeared in front of Hong Yuan's defense line and began to attack. Age? Hold on for a while, we will kill them and return to defense immediately. Xi Yongfei said confidently. The distance they are now moving forward is not very far. At their speed, half a minute is enough to return to defense without anyone blocking. The moving speed of professional players is simply amazing. And how long would it take to kill these three blockers? 2 minutes. Or 1 minute. The tactics are well chosen, but it's a pity that your strength can support such tactics. Luring us to split the overall formation into two, and then a few people entangle our main force, and the majority of people attack our defense line. The tactics are fine, but without matching strength, no matter how sophisticated the tactics are, it's just a joke. Xi Yongfei sneered in his heart. He knew Fifan and other main forces very well. These people hit strong operation levels and high attribute points, but after all, they were not experienced enough. Even if they were geniuses, what kind of performance could they have? What's more, the 5 people present were all Hong Yuan's best players. If they joined forces, not to mention that the opponent had only 3 people, even if there were 6 or 7, Xi Yongfei had the confidence to completely defeat the opponent, but that would take time. Thinking of this, Xi Yongfei rushed towards Fu Lei with 2 teammates with greater confidence. He was not worried about Fu Lei retreating. As long as Fu Lei retreated, he would immediately lead his men to turn around and kill the other 2 opponents. In short, he would not waste too much time here. Then Xi Yongfei saw that Fu Lei did not retreat but advanced. Very courageous. Xi Yongfei praised in his heart, but he did not have any worries. He was very familiar with Fu Lei's information. He was a very comprehensive player. His character attribute points were also very strong, perhaps even better than his character attribute points. In last year's amateur competition, he was known as the only God-level player in the Amateur League. Even if he was a pseudo-God-level player, he could really conquer the world in the Amateur League. However, Xi Yongfei still felt that the other party's behavior was tantamount to suicide. He was a serious God-level player. How could he be blocked by such a pseudo-God-level player? What's more, Lion Bo Rabbit also tried his best. He would not make such a mistake of underestimating the enemy. In addition to him, there were 2 strong teammates around to help. How long could this Fu Lei last? Is it 10 seconds, 15 seconds, or 20 seconds? In Xi Yongfei's calculations, no matter what the situation was, even if Fu Lei exploded again, he could not last more than 20 seconds. That was the limit. The top player's calculation ability was of course excellent. He said it was at most 20 seconds, so Fu Lei would definitely not last more than this number. The next moment, he and Fu Lei collided with each other. Compared with Fu Lei, who was like a walking mountain, Xi Yongfei was extremely flexible at this moment. He continuously bypassed Fu Lei's counterattacks and kept shooting. He could hit Fu Lei accurately every time. Fu Lei could only protect his body firmly to reduce the damage he suffered. However, after 10 seconds, Fu Lei's physical value dropped a lot, but he continued to defend very firmly and did not put himself in a very passive situation. What's going on? Xi Yongfei asked angrily in the team channel while attacking fiercely. He had just torn apart Fu Lei's defensor, but his 2 teammates did not follow up, otherwise Fu Lei's physical value would have been exhausted. Those 2 guys are entangled with us, so fast, the teammate said helplessly. The coach who could share that vision with all the players on the field quickly sent intelligence. Ban Yuanfen and Li Gurui dodged the interception and entangled your 2 helpers. You can only deal with Fu Lei alone in a short time. Xi Yongfei understood what was going on as soon as he heard it. Just now, he wanted to kill Fu Lei quickly with a thunder strike. In fact, he split the 5-man team into 2 teams. 2 of them blocked the 2 extraordinary players from behind, and the remaining 3 killed Fu Lei together. However, Ban Yuanfen and Li Gurui played their speed advantage, shook off the people who blocked them, and then entangled the 2 teammates beside Xi Yongfei. In this way, Xi Yonfei was one-on-one with Fulei. Speaking of one-on-one, Xi Yonfei was not afraid of Fulei. Fulei was only slightly better than him in terms of attribute points, and his operation level and competition experience were even worse. But no matter what, the opponent also had more than 800 attribute points. Even if he piled up the physical energy value, he could still pile up a lot. In the case of focusing on defenser, how long would it take for him to deal with the opponent? 1 minute, or 2 minutes? What he needed now was time. With his mind racing, Xi Yonfei quickly gave up on killing Fulei. With a beautiful turn, he was about to kill Wang Yuanfen and Li Gurui together with the two teammates who were intercepted and the two teammates who had already joined him. However, at this time, it was Fulei's turn to entangle him. With a raised hand, a blocking skill was sent out, and then Fulei entangled him, constantly attacking Xi Yonfei, even if it was to exchange injuries for injuries and pay more physical value, to hinder Xi Yonfei's movement. Without obstacles, professional players move very fast, but if there are obstacles, if the obstacles are not solved, it may be difficult to move. Because there are many skills that are long range, especially skills like the chaotic army arrow, as long as they are within the skill range, they will definitely hit, and the hit can also have knockback and bleeding effects. It is not easy to kill a character, but it is very simple to block the character's progress. So no matter how anxious Xi Yonfei was, he could only hold back his temper and launch a fierce attack on Lei. Even if the opponent has already started to attack our defense line, there are still 5 people on our defense line. If the opponent goes all out, it will be 8 to 5, and the person who controls the ball will be deducted. The pressure will not be too great. I saw the ball. They are directly controlling the ball to attack. Yonfei, don't worry. Let's hold on for a while. I have already sent Liu Tao and Li Ming up. You calmly kill the opponent and then go back to outflank. There is still time. The coach's voice reached Xi Yonfei's ears in time, which made him more certain of his judgment and made him begin to think that this coach is good. He can make judgments in time and replace the last 2 Super League players to stabilize the defense line for a while. So he began to put everything aside and concentrate on attacking Fulei. After a series of operations, Xi Yonfei quickly found a fatal flaw. Just when he was about to make a move, 2 in-sounds from his side forced him to retreat. What's going on? None of you 4 can hold on to the other 2. Xi Yonfei was furious. No way, these 2 guys are too slippery. Just now they deliberately led us to the other side, and then suddenly accelerated. Their speed attribute is at least 70 to 80 points higher than ours, we can't stop them. A teammate complained. Hearing this, Xi Yonfei had no choice. He knew how those god-level players with strong attributes teased those ordinary players. God-level players generally have at least 50 attribute points higher than ordinary players. If they are added to a certain attribute, it can indeed create enough advantages and pressure. Fiffin's gang is not good at other things, but the advantage of attribute points is unexpectedly huge. It's okay, they are now together, let's gather together and kill them. They have nowhere to hide. Xi Yonfei began to encourage his teammates around him. Now he has no other ideas. The attack just now is not in vain. At least he has shown his strength and pressed Fulei into a dead corner where he couldn't escape. In order to save Fulei, Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen were also blocked in the dead corner by them. Now they just need to attack fiercely. I hope the front of the goal can support us for a while longer. We will definitely be able to quickly kill these 3 annoying guys in front of us, and then support you, Xi Yonfei thought to himself. Of course, whether he can catch up in time or not, Xi Yonfei has no idea. Many games are like this. The difference between winning and losing is just a few seconds. If you can catch up, you can complete the counterattack. If you can't catch up, then the opponent will score directly. This is the situation. There is no need to think too much. Xi Yonfei is very clear about this. Chapter 397. The main force is extraordinary. Liu Tao and Li Ming are the 2 former Super League players left by Hong Yuan, apart from the 4 Super League players taken away by Xi Yonfei. 6 former Super League players, plus a current God-level player. Just looking at this number, you can see how strong Hong Yuan is this year. You should know that these 6 former Super League players are not old players who come to the A-level league to play their remaining heat or just to make a living. They are between 24 and 27 years old and are legitimate players. Although they are not from big teams, but from mid to low-level teams, being able to play as the main force in the Super League has proved their strength. Hong Yuan poached them with various promises and various treatments. Most importantly, they used Xi Yonfei as a signboard to attract these people. except for Zheng Qi, who was relegated because of poor performance last year, but retained 70% of the main force under the inspiration of Captain Wei Yu. No team can have so many super players in the A-level league. So many super players bring ease in substitutions. Just like now, although on God level plus 4 super players are entangled by Fifan's tactics and cannot return to defensive for the time being, they can still quickly complete the substitution and let 2 super players enter the field. Although it is not the scheduled time for substitutions, the head coach of Hong Yuan is not a rigid person. Of course, good players are replaced when they are in danger. Liu Tao and Li Ming are both good at defense. They have also faced the impact of Lu Xiaoshan in the Super League. Although the end is a bit miserable, they have seen the world after all. With 3 excellent players in the first-class league, such a line at defense and occupying the geographical advantage should be no problem to resist for a few minutes. The central position of the Link battle map is all tense, but the surrounding areas are surrounded by dense forests and rivers. In the first half, the terrain in front of the gate on Hong Yuan's side is dense forests, and Fifan's is river water, and the second half will be switched. This is also one of the rare maps with different terrains in front of the gates of both sides. With the help of the dense forest, the 5 people can organize the defense line very well and gradually delay the opponent's attack. So in organizing this defense line, Liu Tao and Li Ming were still quite confident. Even if the opponent quickly appeared in front of them, they did not feel afraid. However, the next moment, the sky was full of flames, illuminating their eyes. Under the protection of Zheng Qi and others, Su Jing came up first and set a fire to burn Yilin, then Zheng Shu came up and set a fire to burn Yilin, and then Niaolua came up and set a fire to burn Yilin. This is the map of the Battle of Yilin. Fifan came up and set 3 fires to burn Yilin. His intentions can be said to be very vicious. When Liu Tao, Li Ming and others saw it, their faces changed and they could only shout to retrieve quickly. The fire set by the fire-burning Yilin is different from the fire that was destroyed in ashes. Just like the difference between the 2 great governors of Jiangdong. The fire that was destroyed in ashes has greater lethality, but it is concentrated in a certain range. Just like in the Battle of Chibai, Zhao Yu burned all the linked boats with 1 fire, and that alone was enough. The fire in Yilin was not so lethal, but it had the characteristic of setting fire with the wind. No matter which direction the move was performed, as long as there were combustibles in the opposite direction, it would continue to burn over. Are there combustibles here? Of course there are. Not all trees in the dense forest are combustibles. In this way, the threat is very great. The dense forest in the Battle of Yilin can be burned by fire, which is one of the settings of the map itself, and such fire can also bring continuous damage. If they still rely on the dense forest to defend and not retreat, the lethality caused by the burning of trees alone is enough for them. They can only retrieve quickly. Fifan's offensive formation quickly pressed forward. The effect of the fire in Yilin would not hurt them, and the flames after the dense forest was ignited could cause damage to both sides. Fifan crossed the dense forest while the damage was still small. Seeing this scene, the coach felt a chill in his heart. The fire hasn't started yet, but once it burns vigorously, it will last for at least 5 minutes. This is also one of the settings of this map. Even if Jiang Fei and his team return to defend, can they still form a pincer attack? The opponent's tactics are very sophisticated, taking all the details of this map into consideration. As for whether there will be trouble in the next attack, Hong Yuan's coach will not forget that they will launch an attack next. Sure enough, after passing through the dense forest, Fifan immediately launched a fierce attack. 8 against 5, although Su Jing and the other 3 have used a big move, they can only use some small-scale skills to form interference, but Zheng Qi showed his strongest strength under such circumstances. First, Zheng Qi took the lead in attacking from the middle, and Zheng Qi went around from the side. Of course, the opponent would not ignore his existence. This Fifan captain has always been able to directly attack the opponent's defense line in the past games, and he is different from ordinary breakers. He often rushes out from the side, which is quite wretched and weird. I can only say that sometimes people's personalities cannot be changed. Most charge forwards are like Lu Xiaoshan or Shen Ruofei, who charge upright and unyieldingly. Only in this way can they live up to the momentum and role of charge forwards. However, Zheng Qi looks so wretched when he charges forward, which makes many regular charge forwards despise him. Charge forwards like us are all upright men. Even if we shed our last drop of blood on the way to the charge, we must use our bodies to open the road to victory for our teammates. What about Zheng Qi? He ran away immediately after he broke through, and then let his teammates fill in. Despise, how can such a charge forward survive in this league? However, although the charge forwards despise Zheng Qi, his opponents will not underestimate him for this reason. Without shedding the last drop of blood, he could quickly organize the second attack. It was not that ordinary attackers did not want to do this, but that they could not do it. Their attribute points and flexibility were not enough to allow them to retreat in time after breaking through the defense. It would be better to continue to go deeper and make the hole in the opponent's defense line bigger. In short, they had to make more contributions even if they were going to die. But Zheng Qi was different. This was a guy who could repeatedly charge into the formation, and the lethality he brought was more than geometrically increased. Regarding this point, Hong Yuan had certainly studied it thoroughly, but at this time they were quite helpless, because in the current situation, they wanted to focus on Zheng Qi's charge, but they couldn't focus, because the opponent had the advantage of numbers. Zheng Qi and Niuliwa could not use their ultimate skills now, but they could still use a blocking skill. As soon as the two blocking skills were used, Zheng Qi quickly launched an attack from the flank. Liu Tao hurried over to block Zheng Qi, but was defeated by Zheng Qi's set of eagle vision and wolf look. Li Min had to go over to help. If he didn't block Zheng Qi, he couldn't keep the defensive formation intact. However, just when the attention of both of them was attracted, Zheng Qi, who was originally thought to be a cover, began to forcefully break through. Liu Tao and Li Min were attracted, and the others were also affected by the interference skills. In this way, Zheng Qi almost smoothly killed the opponent's auxiliary players and continued to attack. Behind him, Lin Fei, Zheng Qi, and Zheng Qi quickly followed. Although their impact was a little worse than that of Li Gurui and Wang Yuanfen, they had such a numerical advantage and faced only the best players among the A-level players. Their advantage was still extremely obvious. You know, Zheng Qi and his team were all from the youth training of super teams. Not being able to gain a foothold in super teams does not mean that they do not have the strength of super league players. What they lack is actually experience. Under such a blow, Hong Yuan's defense line quickly collapsed. Under the cover of others, Niuliwa dribbled the ball forward quickly, and then easily broke through Hong Yuan's gate. 1-0, the game started again. When Fifan scored, Xi Yongfei and others had not even been able to kill any of Fulei and the other three. Xi Yongfei, who returned to his own half with a stern face, wanted to ask why the 5 people couldn't hold on for such a short time. However, after sharing the information, he had nothing to say. In this case, even if they could hold on for 1 or 2 more minutes, what would it be of use? Not to mention that Xi Yongfei and his team still needed some time to kill Fulei and others. Even if they went back, they had to pass through the dense forest that was completely burning. The loss of physical energy was inevitable. There was no auxiliary player among the 5 of them. Killing Fulei and others would inevitably cause some injuries. The flames would take away some physical energy. How could they fight the opponent with scars? The opponent was a complete offensive formation. Now it's our turn to attack, kill them. Xi Yongfei could only say this. When he said this, he was very angry and unhappy, but it didn't make him lose his mind. After all, Fifan's main lineup was excellent, which he and Hong Yuan knew very well. When the main players were on the field at the beginning, it was not too difficult to accept to score a goal by using tactics and map factors. After all, the opponent had the strength. Then, it was Hong Yuan's turn to attack, and they could still play to their overall advantage. All the main players came out to attack, and see whether Fifan would make a substitution or not. If they made a substitution, their strength would drop a lot, and they would take advantage of the situation to break through. If they didn't make a substitution, they could tangle with the opponent for a while, and then send some substitutes to rotate. Anyway, even if Hong Yuan used all substitutes, their overall strength would not drop much, because they are a complete team. Fifan replaced all substitutes. What's the point? This is the most critical factor that Xi Yongfei has enough confidence in this game. Relying on the hole to oppress the opponent can be invincible. However, Xi Yongfei overlooked one thing: other teams would also understand this, but why has no one ever been able to beat Fifan away from home? Chapter 398 The feeling of wanting to vomit blood. We're going to make a fortune in this game. Yeah, the odds of our previous games that Fifan won were so low, and this game was finally a little higher. Ha ha ha, we're still ahead, so what about Hong Yuan? In our home court, we're invincible. Home court is still home court, your uncle is still your uncle. Fifan's fans said so one after another. Consecutive victories can not only bring more confidence to the team, but also to the fans. Although Fifan's current strange record of winning all home games and losing all away games is a bit embarrassing to say, winning all home games can indeed be used as a reliable basis. The display of trust is that Fifan's fans will bet a part of their money on Fifan in almost every home game. Although the odds are often very low, They will not be stupid enough to bet enough money to bankrupt themselves on such low odds, but no matter what, betting some pocket money and then earning some pocket money is not a big deal. The odds that Fifan can continue to win in this game are higher than those offered by the bookmakers, which also stimulated the enthusiasm of Fifan fans to bet. Now that they see that the team is still in the lead quickly, how can they not feel excited and happy? Such excitement and happiness, in the eyes of Hong Yuan fans, make them angry again. You know, Hong Yuan fans are not actually living a good life. Although the team is rich, it has only become rich in recent years, and it is not immediately prosperous after having money. The title of losing in the playoffs every year seems to be a strong team, but in fact, it is just a laughingstock. It is not easy for the club to recruit a few strong players this year. Looking at the lineup, it is indeed one of the best. In the past, several first-class champions may not have such a lineup. They also performed very well and did not lose the chain as a whole. However, this year, there is a relegated team that has not been disbanded, Zheng, which has also performed extremely well. In the face-to-face competition, Hong Yuan knows what the foundation of the Super League team is. That defeat made Hong Yuan fans sick and almost couldn't eat for a day. If we can't win the league championship again this year, we can only play in the playoffs. Hong Yuan's fans are really scared of the playoffs, and now Fifan is so arrogant in front of us. They just scored a goal, but their fans were so happy, as if they had already won. It's so hateful. So Hong Yuan's fans shouted even louder, showing their enthusiasm, and wanted to prove through their shouts that the team they support will definitely win this game. Xi Yongfei and others thought the same thing in their hearts. This game must be won no matter what. Breaking the opponent's undefeated record, at the very least, is a real 3 points, and at the most, it will make the team's morale more cohesive. If you want to compete with Zheng, you have to improve in all aspects. Even if you lost the game before, you have to create an advantage in momentum so that you can continuously accumulate morale and make the opponent have some negative emotions. Although the opponent is experienced and it is difficult to do this, you can still try. So under the leadership of Xi Yongfei, they did not follow the usual practice of rotating to a certain extent after losing the ball to take turns to rest, but all the main players continued to play and launched a fierce attack. I'm in control of the ball in the back, you divide into 3 groups, 3 people in each team, and follow my command. After hearing Xi Yongfei's instructions, Hong Yuan's players quickly divided into 3 groups, and then began to move forward in 3 directions. Xi Yongfei jumped directly onto the top of a tent with the ball, observed it for a while, started to move forward, and then jumped onto the top of the next tent. He did this effortlessly with the football, which aroused the praise of Hong Yuan fans. They are not unskilled. It is not difficult to climb this not particularly high tent, but with the ball, without any skills, can only rely on their own jumping and climbing skills to go up so easily, which is itself a great thing. This kind of operation is definitely not possible for ordinary Super League players, and only God-level players like him can do it easily. However, Xi Yongfei, who had performed these 2 wonderful operations in succession, did not seem to be relaxed. He looked ahead with a serious expression, and then issued the second instruction. Disperse again, but the distance between the 9 people should not be too far, and the distance should be such that they can support each other. Do you understand? The 4 of you should be the core and advance in a straight line. During this process, the head coach of Hong Yuan did not make any other instructions, because deep in his heart, he had the same idea as Xi Yongfei. Because after standing on the high ground, Xi Yongfei immediately found that within his sight, there were 2 players from the other side standing on the top of the 2 tents in the distance. Although the distance was too far to see who the other side was, Xi Yongfei knew that by looking down from such a high position, except for a few positions that might be blind spots, most of the moving routes could be clearly observed. The farther the distance, the clearer the observation. When he climbed to the top of the tent for the second time, the other side also moved a row of tents forward and climbed to the top of the tent as well, which meant that the other side could observe their movements very well. In this way, it would not be easy to divide the troops to launch a sneak attack or conceal their true movements. So he asked his teammates to disperse again. While the teams were dispersed, he strengthened the connection between the 3 teams. According to the formation he observed, the opponent's formation was similar to his own defensive formation before, with 5 people in the front and 5 in the back. It was obvious that they wanted to defeat each of them one by one. This tactic was not uncommon, otherwise Hong Yuan would not have wanted to use such a tactic before. However, in order to achieve good results with such a tactic, the team in that front must have outstanding strength. Didn't they change players? Then we have to fight them well. Xi Yongfei thought to himself. At such a long distance, it was impossible to see who was who. He could only make a rough inference based on the opponent's movements. The coach had more perspectives than him. Since the coach hadn't reminded him yet, it meant that there was nothing wrong with what he found, or the coach couldn't find any problems. So Xiongfei reminded his teammates to be careful when moving forward and not to be caught by the opponent when they were alone, and he quickly jumped out of the tent and started to rush forward. He wanted to seize the highest tent in the center. The distance was close, so he could observe more carefully and give better instructions. Xiongfei did not feel sorry for not participating in the battle. He believed that a core player did not necessarily need to charge in the front. It was also very important to show his strength in the back and mobilize the ability of the whole team. Fifan's forward movement speed was obviously slower than that of the opponent, so in Hong Yuan's line formation moved forward to the center line, that is, near the tallest tent. He still did not see the opponent's figure. Keep moving forward, press across the center line, and then stabilize the formation. I'll be there soon. Xiongfei gave instructions again. He moved forward very quickly. Although he had a football under his feet, his figure was as agile as a leopard, and he quickly passed through the tents. It took him less than a minute to reach the middle tent from the back. After arriving, he immediately kicked the ball upwards, and then climbed to the top of the tent with his hands and feet. After he climbed up, the football just fell down and was caught by him. There was a huge cheer from the stands, including the knowledgeable fans who clapped their hands involuntarily. This series of operations just now fully demonstrated Xiongfei's strength as a god-level player. He advanced at high speed while dribbling the ball. After arriving at the location, he did not waste any time. He accurately flew the ball into the sky, and then used a first climb skill. This skill allowed him to quickly jump to a high altitude. Then he did not use any skills, but used his hands and feet to quickly climb to the top of the tent. When the skill effect completely disappeared, he just caught the football that fell from the sky. If the skill effect did not disappear, then the football would be refreshed again. This series of judgments had accurate calculation ability, which was the calculation ability that a god-level player should have. Just this one action, the millions of viewers present felt that this trip was worthwhile. Xiongfei was quite satisfied with his moves. He couldn't hear the cheers outside, but he could guess that there must be thunderous cheers outside at this moment. Do these country bumpkins know the true strength of the god-level players? Xiongfei thought to himself while looking down at the other party's situation. The distance was very close, and then he got angry. The opponent was indeed a lineup of 5 in front and 5 in the back, but at this time the 5 in the front were retreating rapidly. Just by looking at their movements, it can be seen that there are definitely no extraordinary main players among these 5 guys. At least, there is no Zheng Qi, no Zheng Qi, no Filei, no Wang Yuanfen, and no Li Guirui. These 5 guys in the front were not here to confront them head-on. It can even be said that they're here to make fun of them, because these 5 pure substitutes, let alone 5 against 3, even if 5 of them join forces to fight one, Xiongfei felt that he could hold on for a long time, and might even be able to kill the opponent. You have to know that among these 5 guys, Fifan even sent out Wai Jiang Shan Su King Fen Quen Song Jiang Zilu. These 3 guys played more often in away games, but they were basically the kind that were easily defeated. Fifan never sent them to play in home games that were related to victory or defeat, because Zhao Fing Linking He and the others at least had excellent character attributes and good operating abilities. These 3 were really useless. It was said that they were shareholders at Fifan, which was why they were able to win to the first team, use this kind of stuff to deal with us. I was so cautious that I asked others to stop first and wait for me to come over and observe before attacking. Thinking of this, Xiongfei felt like vomiting blood. Chapter 399. Bad battle. I was scared to death. I was almost seeing their people just now. I was just a little bit away. They were dangling in front of me. If they found me, I would not be able to escape even if I ran away, right? On the Fifan bench, Luli patted her chest and said with lingering fear. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. At most, I will die once. Even if I die, 10 seconds is not enough for them to advance to our defense line. In short, we delayed their offensive rhythm for a while, and this is victory. Wai Jiangshan said with a smile, as kind as a Buddha. It's hateful. My operation level is not good enough, otherwise I would definitely rush up and fight with them. At least I have to take one of them away. Sui Qingfeng said unhappily. It doesn't make much sense. We can't take any of them away. If we really meet, they will kill us in a few seconds. Moreover, with their moving speed, most of them may really come over within 10 seconds. If our defense line is disrupted by then, it will not be good. Xingyi smiled. After the 5 of them escaped back just now, they quickly left the field in the substitution area, and Zheng Qi and others who had rested for a while came on the field, ready to start defense. There was a river surrounding their side, and now they had to fight a water battle in this defense. Such terrain is also more advantageous for the defending side, especially for a team like Fifan. They don't need to put all the main players on the field. Zhao Fen, Linking Head, Xingyi and others can play a significant role by relying on their attribute advantages as long as they stand in the river. This is also a key factor in Fifan's home victory. They can always use the terrain when defending, so that Xingyi, Zhao Fen and other 5 substitutes with average operation level but excellent attribute points like god level players can play their level. With the help of the terrain, they only need to stand still to output, which is enough to replace the role of a main player, and such output is not very complicated. Even if they play for a long time, it will not cause them any additional pressure. It was nothing more than continuous output with the support of Su Jing and others behind them, until all the skills were on cooldown and then retreated. Even if they couldn't retreat, it didn't matter. The 5 of them would never have all their skills on cooldown at the same time. If one of them died, the others would support for 10 seconds and they would be able to wait for reinforcements. Try to let the main force rest when defending and try to score points when attacking. This was the key to their home victory. Now, they have scored a key goal, and the next game can completely end the track they are familiar with. Although the opponent has a god-level player, the overall level is better than those A-level teams they met before, but they don't care about this. They have played this tactic for nearly half a season, and it is already quite mature and stable. It is not something that can be cracked by the opponent's excellence. No matter how excellent the god-level players are, they have to follow some rules, and such rules are under the control of Fifan's tactics. What really troubled them was opponents like Zheng Qi. They were too good and had enough overall experience. Almost every player who played had several years of experience in the Super League. Fifan could not take advantage of those details. Even if they could use various specific targeted tactics to get ahead at the beginning, when the map became more complicated, their advantages would not be well reflected. Playing against Hong Yuan, if they persisted for the first 30 minutes, the balance of victory and defeat would gradually tilt towards Fifan. Because even if Hong Yuan had a god-level player and 6 Super League players, they were very experienced and could almost instinctively avoid the random damage caused by some maps. But what about others? Even if other Hong Yuan players were good players in the A-level arena, they were essentially no different from other A-level players. Experience in complex maps was still what they lacked. This was not something that could be trained. It required the accumulation of actual combat, or a training ground built by an excellent tactical department. Hong Yuan did not have these 2 points at all. No matter how rich they are, the tactics department cannot become excellent by just spending money. In addition to the experts with excellent theories, the excellent tactics departments of those top clubs are mostly retired professional players from their teams. Through their own experience, they make the training room complete little by little, getting closer and closer to the real game field. The operating mechanism of the football era is still not fully understood by human technology. But even so, the training room set up by the best tactics department can only reach 60% to 70% of the complete level of the real game map. Only the Fifan Tactics training room headed by Fengking can reach nearly 80% of the level. This is their incomparable advantage. Originally, Zhu Shan had no confidence in not being pulled too far away in the first half of the season. After all, Fifan's disadvantage is here. The entire team can only play with these 13 people. This disadvantage will definitely not be missed by those experienced Class A teams, which also exceeds the upper limit of tactics. However, the training room launched in time by the tactics department gave Zhu Shan a little idea of taking a different approach. After discussing with Butler Meng, Fifan's current home strategy was born. Away, without the advantage of map selection, then it is a game to train substitutes and give the main players a rest. Home, with the advantage of map selection, then we must win. In the past few months, Fifan's players have not even participated in the boss competition, but have been concentrating on training their adaptability and understanding of details on these 7 most complex maps. Even if Hong Yuan values this game, how long can they prepare for this game? 1 week, or 2 weeks? From the beginning, this is not a fair contest, but an asymmetric war. Any tactics are useless in the face of such a big advantage. Now Fifan has taken the lead. As long as they keep the lead until 30 minutes later, as the random situations on the map appear more and more frequently, their advantage will also become greater and greater. During this period of defense, the substitute players will share a lot of burdens for the main players. Such sharing can allow the main players to be in the best condition to welcome the game in the next period of time. FIFA is a whole, not a team with a particularly clear division between the main players and substitutes. Zhu Shan knows that he doesn't have many cards in his hand, and he will make all the cards pay their own share. And what about Hong Yuan? On the surface, their overall strength is outstanding, but in fact, they are clearly divided. Xi Yonfei and the 6 Super League players are in one group, and the other old Hong Yuan players are in another group. Xi Yonfei did not mean to look down on other players, but he knew one thing, that is, after the team entered the Super League, he could no longer be teammates with these people. With Hong Yuan's financial resources, they will definitely be able to introduce more players who are qualified for the Super League in the future, and he does not need to waste his energy on these teammates. Facing Hong Yuan's attack, FIFA's substitute players resisted very bravely. While they stood still and output, they would also dodge on the spot, using their parts with less physical energy loss to bear the damage. This is also what they usually train the most. If they can take away a little more of the opponent's physical energy, that is victory. If they can hold on in the river for a while longer, it is also victory. The lethality caused by long-range skills is relatively limited. This is an iron rule of skills in the game. The closer their skill that can bring a lot of lethality, the better the effect. Long-range skills will bring more hindering effects, such as paralysis, poisoning, stiffness, and deceleration. Under Su Jing's timely auxiliary skills, this loss is nothing to them. So after the tentative attack, Hong Yuan's players immediately entered the river and began to fight with the opponent in close combat. There is no tent to block the view here, and the sight is unobstructed. It is almost impossible to launch a sneak attack. You can only fight head-on, and the competition is the level of operation and overall coordination. Xi Yonfei was also very sure about these 2 points. After all, he had carefully observed FIFA's previous games. The players who performed well were the main players, and not everyone could perform well. Except for 3 long-range players such as Su Jing, the best player among the rest was Zheng Qi, followed by Wang Yuanfen and Li Grui. They were quick to react and precise in their operations, which was quite a great talent. As for Filei, Qingquan and the other 5, they were just ordinary players in the Super League. They were considered good players in the A-League, but compared with him and the other 6 players in the Super League from Hong Yuan, they were nothing. FIFA knew that the substitutes could also show good strength when defending. However, he was convinced that only the level was the most reliable thing without any personal experience. Moreover, the tactics were useless for this kind of defense. The most reliable thing was always the operation level and the operation of the whole team. However, what he didn't expect was that in such a situation, after the opponent stood in position, they made up for their own weaknesses in operation and reaction experience, and these extraordinary substitutes were able to show such an excellent state. Close combat requires extremely high operation level. After all, the same skills will cause completely different damage when hitting different parts. Those who operate well will naturally have a big advantage. But the extraordinary players did not compete with the opponent in operation. After getting close, they all used skills to die together, that is, the kind of exchange of injuries for injuries, to maximize the advantages of their attributes. This kind of rotten fight, they can think of it, Xi Yonfei thought in his heart with his mouth wide open. Chapter 400. Sneak attack becomes a strong attack. The so-called skills of exchanging injuries for injuries may sound very cruel, but in fact, they are also called rogue skills. Rogue skills, or brainless skills, are the most basic ones that can cause damage when thrown out, and the only difference is the amount of damage. This kind of skill is basically a must-have skill for ordinary players, because their operation level cannot withstand more complex operations, so no matter what, they just throw out the skills that can cause damage. However, this kind of skill rarely appears in professional competitions. The reason is very simple. These skills have an upper limit, and the damage they cause is often not much less, but not much more. On the contrary, those skills that have relatively high requirements for operation and precision can bring extremely huge effects. When a certain skill is used, it may be able to reverse the situation of the entire game at a critical moment. Such skills are of course worthy at the level of professional players. In fact, it is not just a question of whether it is worthy or not, but it is really useful. Therefore, when a general player brings 10 heroes, he will specifically choose heroes that can bring a lot of damage skills. This choice is also very skillful and tests the overall level of a player. But now, Fifin openly let the substitutes bring a large number of such skills, not to kill the opponent in one breath, just to cause continuous damage. These skills often have no additional effects, but they can always bring a lot of damage, and the collision of skills can also offset a lot of damage from the opponent. In this way, it has become a very difficult thing to kill them, and the pressure on the auxiliary core has increased exponentially. After all, the more damage the players suffer, the more recovery skills he needs to use, and the pressure is of course greater. He doesn't want anyone to die. After all, Hong Yuan is attacking. If someone dies, it only takes 10 seconds to return to the court, but if he dares to come again, it will take half a minute in total. If someone hits him in the gap, it will be a big problem. Relatively speaking, Su Jing's pressure is much less. She only needs to control the rhythm of releasing skills and keep everyone's human energy value at a safe level. Fifin is on defensive, so of course he can afford the consequences of 1 or 2 people dying occasionally. Fifin's substitutes kept dying, but whether it was Zheng Qi, Wang Yuanfen or Li Guirui, they would immediately fill in the vacancies, and then withdraw and their teammates return to the court, letting their teammates fill in. This was a veritable bad game. This kind of game was neither good to watch nor exciting. Ordinary teams would not dare to do this, after all, it would affect their attendance. In fact, Fifin's attendance was not stable. Except for those core supporters, others came and went. They got tired of watching a few games, but wanted to watch a few games again, which caused their attendance to fluctuate greatly. However, Fifin didn't care about this. We are a new team, and we must get points if we can. What's more, they still have the second half of the season to look forward to. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Hong Yuan found that they really had no way to deal with these road guys. They had high attribute points. It was estimated that these substitutes had a lot of attribute points in physical fitness, which made their physical fitness value at least 1/3 to 1/2 higher than that of the players in the General Super League. This was enough to make the opponent's attacks repeatedly fail to achieve the expected effect. With a recovery skill, it would be a lively hero again. And judging from the performance of Zheng Qi and Niao, these two people probably brought a lot of heroes with recovery skills. Even Fifin's substitute players themselves also brought a lot of such heroes. Whenever they had free time, they would use a blood recovery skill for themselves or their teammates. The shining white light made Hong Yuan's players want to vomit blood. Damn, did they want to keep the advantage of that one goal? Such a thought flashed through Xiong Fei's mind. This was something he had not thought of. After all, in the game of football era, the more complex the map, the more difficult it would be to keep the lead of only one goal. It was just a frontal breakthrough, and the opponent was guarding very tightly. Breakthrough from the side. There was no way to hide his figure, not to mention that Xiong Fei was also very afraid of the Fifin players who had excellent individual abilities. Seeing that the game had already passed 20 minutes, Xiong Fei was ready to take action. What is the core used for? When he can't open the situation, he has to open the situation and take more responsibility. Xiong Fei was very clear about this. So he immediately started his attack. When the players of his side and the Fifin players were fighting in the river, the effects of the skills and the splashing of water blocked the line of sight. Xiong Fei, who was originally standing on the shore to command, suddenly jumped up and rushed directly towards the Fifin defensive formation. He did not target the Fifin substitute players in the river. Although with his strength, it would not be too difficult to kill the 5 substitute players in the Fifin river at the same time with his teammates who had already rushed down, but that would definitely come at a heavy price, at least a large reduction in physical value. If Zheng Qi and others took the opportunity to attack, they might be able to hang him up. At the time, it would not be rare for them to be unable to withstand a wave of counterattacks. So Xiong Fei adopted a seemingly bold play. He rushed directly into the river, but his goal was not to attack the opponent's substitute players, but to rush directly over and attack the 3 auxiliary players on the shore, Su Jing, Zheng Qi, and Niao. Judging from the skills just now, Zheng Qi and Niao did not bring too many obstacle heroes and large-scale attack heroes that they usually used. Instead, they brought more heroes with recovery skills to protect their own defense line. After the number of such auxiliary players increased to 3, it could play a huge role in such terrain. Hong Yuan's failure to attack the opponent's defense line just now is also extremely related to this point. With many auxiliary players, defensive players can of course consume their physical energy more assuredly, and they will always make up for it anyway. However, these extraordinary substitutes are indeed much worse in terms of operation level. If it were not for the help of the auxiliary players, they would not be able to support for too long. In order to better support their teammates, they are relatively close to the river, which is to make it easier to distinguish which teammates need more support. In other words, as long as Zheng Qi crosses the river, he will definitely be able to achieve a good enough effect. It is enough to kill or entangle the 3 auxiliary players of the other side. Without their support, the Fifan substitutes in the river can't hold on for too long. Of course, the opponent is not a fool. In addition to these 3 guys, Zheng Qi, Yuanfen and Li Gurui are always on the field. They will come to support at any time. Zheng Qi is not completely sure about Zheng Qi, so after he launches the attack, the other teammates around him will immediately follow up and follow him to attack Fifan's shore. Hong Yuan's grasp of the timing this time can be said to be steady, accurate and ruthless. Zheng Qi rushed into the river and then moved forward quickly. Moving in the water may be very difficult for ordinary players, but for the best professional players like them, it can only be regarded as basic skills. The width of the river is not enough, which is why few people want to rely on the river to organize a defense line. Fifan can do this, which is surprising in itself. Looking at the opponents around him, Zheng Qi controlled his impulse to shoot here. Although he was very sure, his current target was the guys on the shore. Zheng Qi's position has always been very forward, but when his vision was blocked, Zheng Qi did not move. This is an opponent with fast reactions. He must quickly inflict damage and pay attention to his counterattack. But it doesn't matter. He can only hold on for a few seconds at most, and his teammates will come. While moving forward, Zheng Qi calculated the distance he had moved forward. If he moved forward 2 more spaces, he could burst out. With a first-class skill, he could quickly rush to the shore and then launch an attack. Just as he was thinking this, a person came up from the bottom of the water. Ha 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 ha, I've been waiting for you for a long time. It's annoying that you never come every time. Of course, you can't talk underwater, but in games, there are always other ways to express yourself. A huge bubble of characters appeared above the opponent's head, and at the same time proved the opponent's identity. Rin Pingshen, Zheng Qi. How did you know I was here? Zheng Qi was shocked. However, Zheng Qi's words made him seem to understand something, waiting for me for a long time. Do you have to come down every time? Does he have to go into the water to observe every time that vision of both parties is blocked? But why didn't I notice it? Unless Zheng Qi had returned to the shore before the time of his vision being blocked, it would be impossible to tell if he was wet from a distance. How could he judge the time of blocking his vision so accurately? Or was it their coach who made the judgment? If it was the coach, it would be possible. After all, he had the largest field of vision, but it seemed useless to think about these things at this time. Since his sneak attack had been discovered, he might as well turn it into a frontal attack. Fighting in such an underwater environment, how could a god-level player like me not be able to beat you? Zheng Qi was not discouraged at all, and then rushed forward. In underwater combat, close combat is more important. After all, under the obstruction of water flow, the effects of many skills will be discounted. Only close combat will be better. You can't expect to set a fire underwater. In close combat, it is a test of operation and experience in underwater combat. When you attack underwater, the reaction force will be particularly obvious, and there will be some deviations. These details also require a long time of training and accumulation of experience to complete. Zheng Qi does not lack such experience, but what about Zheng Qi? Does Zheng Qi have any extraordinary abilities in this regard? Zheng Qi doesn't believe it. Fin DS capture much as great as Pelaga has to L final. No se indeed all like bus gasms contendo exclusive yxo in medito. Siascrabata news to Patreon. Recurda, card alike, Siascripts in Odonakin nos anima continue. Great as a todas nos vemos on Elpsmodo.